Oh, yeah. Hello, everybody. Look, Kismet's here, even though I stayed up a little too late. I am back, hopefully, to my normal schedule. Thank goodness for that Calm app, by the way. I was sitting there and I was like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and, wow, my brain is actually working good today. I just remembered to turn on all my alerts. Man, I have this worst trouble going to sleep sometimes, and I listen to that Calm app. There's like an app, and you listen to like Matthew McConaughey tell you all about wonder and all of that, and you're thinking, well, that's kind of a weird thing to do as an adult. But I tell you, it works because you're not thinking about, oh, wait, I got to work on this video, and I got to copy this thing over, and I got to work on a website, and I want to do this, and I want to do that. What you're thinking about is him saying, and he's talking about stuff, and then you're thinking about what he's saying, and you're trying to visualize that in your head, and then bam, you're asleep. Just like that. It's like, bam, it's like a magic. It's like a magical thing. They should sponsor me over here. They should sponsor me big time. It really helps someone like me who does have a sleep apnea and a pretty bad insomnia as well. I have trouble being in the normal schedule as a normal person, and then it makes it where I'm very forgetful and whatnot because I can't just sleep like a normal person. It just sucks. My wife, I'm very jealous, and my kids very jealous. Come, 8, 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, bam, they are asleep, man, without fail. It's almost like someone just flipped a switch, right? And I'm just sitting there going, wide awake. It's pretty rough. But we got an awesome day riled up or wound up or ready to go or whatever. My brain wants to work. Today we're going to be doing some Satisfactory. Now this is when it's getting fun. We were really having fun yesterday building a big old factory. We started using wall mounts and we enclosed the thing, which I really rarely ever do it to this level, and enclose the factory in. And really start to get our production going. So we're going to have a really awesome time today, for sure. Also, we've been playing the New World game. Oh, man, I did nothing but think about that all afternoon after we played it. We played a little extended, so I'm going to extend the stream a bit today to play a little extra of New World. This right now, it's in early preview. I'm definitely putting that on my list. That is just on one day of playing it. I can tell you already that's my type of game. That is my type of game, and I would play it all the way from start to finish, and I would. I won't play it at the level at which I would normally play it, though. I would not play, MMOs hardcore, 6, 8, 12 hours, 20 hours a day, like MMOs of days past. I've sat there before and played like 16 hours straight of PvP, like in World of Warcraft, right? Or you're in the 40 on 40. I always love the 40 on 40 because that's like a whole bunch of people really going out and battling it out. And there's all these little skirmishes here and there, and then there's big gigantic battles. Very, very fun back in the day. But we're going to try this one out again today. And then, man, did we have fun in 7 Days to Die last night. I did something I rarely ever do, and I actually fixed up the interior of the base. The inside of the base looks phenomenal. Looks really, really nice. We're almost to day 14, and when we get to day 14, guess what? I get to work on the kill box. And I've been working on the interior of the base. We've been working on the guard. We've been working on all of that. That is looking amazing. My team, of course, rising up together, working together. That's my favorite part, by the way, when I hear everybody's like, hey, everybody, let's go and do quests together. Hey, everybody, let's go do this. Hey, let's go do that, right? I love that part of the game. And they're also working on motorcycles and all of that other stuff. We're going to work on trucks and then flying vehicles. Just absolutely crushing it. That's my favorite thing is bringing awesome people together to work together. Very much so. Very, very much so. So we're going to get into it today, everybody. We're going to have some fun playing all of that. But let me say hello to the peeps who are in the chat right now. We got That's Mr. Non You coming in with the cookie wave. Hello. Thanks for coming in. We got Legion as well coming in saying hello. Oh, hello, hello. And Cowboy wants a tip, a hat. We're going to get that going because you know what we're going to do? We're just going to, I don't got nothing else to announce. We're just going to dive right into playing some games. Let's go. Got the agua going on. Always a good thing to be well hydrated in the IRLs as well. I'm bad enough in the game. Now we're going to start some Stream Raiders here in just a bit. We're going to go ahead and go for that gold right there. We're going to start here in about 30 minutes or so. I like to let peeps get into the stream first, and then we have enough people to try to get that first one down, because I don't want you guys to miss out on that gold. So usually we kind of delay that by about 30 minutes, but just sit in the stream, relax, take it easy. We're going to get tons and tons of gold today. The event's over right now, but that doesn't mean we can't just keep going getting you guys crazy tons of loot. That's how we do up in here. So we'll get back to that in just a bit. Whoop. That's a little side game we play, Stream Raiders, if you're not familiar. Very, very fun. Now, here's where we left off right here. We were working on our power and making it look beautiful as well as functional. So right now, we've got our hyper tubes there. Turn this down just a little bit. And then we've got our limestone. Now, this is always the first thing that I fix up, everybody, is the concrete. Because I use a good amount of concrete. As you can see, I've enclosed it in. Very rarely do I really go to this extent. Because it still is early access. It's not completely released, though I consider it pretty rock-solid game. I mean, some released games that have been released for years are not as rock-solid as this game, and it's not even fully released yet. It's in early access. And I give him huge credit for that. That's a lot of hard work and a lot of knowing the right thing, especially the building in this game. The building in this game is just beautiful. It's wonderful, wonderful. So we're going to keep going here. Now, what we've got is we've got a whole bunch of pure nodes. Now, we've already got our copper node ready to rock. Oh, that's working away over there. Over here, we've now got our limestone going, and it's cranking up. And not only is it going up there, by the way, we can see it all ends up right over here, and then up here it goes, and up into there. We're cranking right now about 240. Eventually, this will be 480. It'll be a lot of this from this one node. And we'll go up here to the top, like so. And it's coming out of the top here in that thing right there, and it's coming up around here, running all the way along here and up into our storages. Now, that's going to be stored by 4 different boxes. Let's just use our hypertube that we attach to the wall. Isn't that cool? A lot of cool stuff in this game. Some of the stuff I haven't used very often, and so I'm trying to use that stuff I don't use very often in this particular playthrough. I can see this. That's the wrong way, everybody. That kind of stuff, that's like, I gotta fix that. that's facing the wrong way. It's not facing the same direction as all the other ones. All right, so here we are right here. So we've got these 4. And we can see that this is also coming out, which we can use for our production later on. But right here, these ones here, we got 3 at the bottom and 1 at the top. And it's really feeding up, which I normally feed down. But I'm feeding up in this because we're using multiple tiers. We're building a vertical base. And so it's feeding up from down below up into our upper area so that we can access that when we're building stuff and doing stuff, which is pretty cool. Now, also what we can do is we can also access it down here now, which is another side benefit of this. And let's see if we've filled up this top one yet. Nope. When we fill that top one, it's going to start to backfill. And it's going to backfill its way down. When it backfills its way down, it's going to get down here to these bottom ones in which we can grab them and use them for our factory down here as well. Which is really where we want to use them. Now, as you can see, I've got a couple boxes going. So you can see that we're going to be doing a bunch of different work for all of that. And we're going to take this out right here. And I think this is just a general storage. Yeah, that's just a general storage. Now, what we've been doing also is we've been working on our power. And we've been bringing our power first to our limestone. And then our limestone is then going to work our way down. Now, you notice there's nothing up here. That's because all the stuff up here is going to be that next tier stuff. Like a great example, we're bringing up our stuff from down below, right over here, which is our copper ingots right here, right? And then we're going to run that out here. We're going to build a whole part of the factory out here that's going to do all the things that we typically need with copper. And all of those copper things are probably going to run this way behind here. And then we're going to run it around, and it's going to end up into the boxes over there, right? And we're going to do that with all of our different parts of our factory. We're going to keep doing that today. So we're just kind of on that roll. And you're like, well, Kismet, you don't have your production. You don't have all your wire. You don't have all that stuff. Well, at the beginning, I always start with concrete. Concrete is the thing that makes all of these foundations. And it makes a lot of walls, and it makes stairwells and ramps and all of that stuff. That's the most important thing to have running. Always, forever. It should never stop running. And that's why you'll see me constantly have that going. Now, another thing that I need to work on is the entrance to the downstairs here. Whoa, okay, now I'm dead. Oh, I made it. I made it. Little save lag there. It made me almost die. All right, tip of the hat going out to Cowboy. There you go. That goes to you, bro. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out. Good morning, Yankee, my awesome mod in the chat backing me up today. Good to see you, Yankee. Thanks for coming in. Make sure to say hi in the mod live so I can see you're in there as well. Remember to do exclamation page if you need my attention. I had this really awesome thing that my mods can do. They go exclamation page, and it flashes my Stream Deck over here, which is just awesome. It works really well. It's probably the best thing I've got for people to get my attention, because I am obviously doing a whole bunch of things simultaneously. So over here, you can see we got all of our forges, and they're working on that. So our copper would typically be something I work on, but I actually want to work on this over here, because there's actually going to be 3 different things that we're doing down here. Like, one of them is going to be feeding up into our steel. That'd be one of them. Another one would be just making iron ingots. And then the third thing is taking those iron ingots and running them to the upper level for us to work on them in the upper level. All right, so we're going to do that in just a bit. But we need to run all of our power, and we need to do all of that, and we need to have our transport systems and whatnot. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up here, and we're going to get serious now. And when I mean get serious, I mean take a bunch of stuff out. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take all this stuff out of here. Right, this is all quartz right here. We still need to set up sulfur. We need to set up all that stuff. Now, we need to watch out when we go into here, because this is going to have a lot of stuff in there. And we're just going to take all this stuff and put it off to the side for now. And I have a tendency to build stuff you typically write in my own way, but I'm just going to put this off to the side like this. I'm going to have lots and lots of resources on me. Now I'm going to go ahead and grab another one of these, and this is just a temporary container like this and like this, because we're going to have a lot of resources here in a minute, especially when we do this and that. That's a lot of resources. Boom, as you can see. Right there. Now, I did drop a little bit, and that drives me crazy, so I got to fix that for sure. And then we're going to go ahead and take out all of this stuff too. Now, I don't need to take it out individually. See, I'm individually taking it out just by left-clicking and whatnot. We don't need to do that. We can hold down Control and just go to town on everything that we see. And boom. See, that takes out a whole bunch of stuff. Especially when you're readjusting your factory. Like when I get to this tier I'm at right now, I literally just go in and start, boom, just removing huge chunks of stuff out of there, right? We're going to go ahead and take our power out now. Oh, there, look at that. I'm starting to drop stuff. And it'd be nice to have my mega sorter right now. And we're going to work on our mega sorter eventually. But right now, we're just collecting materials. And the more I take out, the more I'm going to run into problem with all my materials. And not only are we making this beautiful, or making it functional, we're also going to make it beautiful at the same time. Meaning that we're going to go in and I'm just going to hit Control so I don't accidentally get some of my foundations, which I'm trying to avoid hitting the foundations. Otherwise, I got to put the foundations back in. So you hit Control, and then you let go, hands off. And then you hit Control again and Control, and you can individually choose the stuff that you want just by highlighting it like that, instead of accidentally getting all of your foundations. And then hold down Control again and get all this stuff over here. And boom, look at that, nice. Now some of these foundations were already missing, those ones there. And then we can see that we were using this as our hyper tube. Like all this can go right now. And this is what I will do every time I play the game. Every single time. In the beginning, we set it up one way, and then as we progress and we get better and better stuff, down the road, we can retool our entire factory to be more useful. And, oh boy, look at that. There's a lot of loot there. That's a lot of loots. Do we have any of our thing? We do. Okay, now more storage. Oh, I thought I just picked a ton of that up. Apparently not. Let's put that in there. Sort. Let's control click all this other stuff. Do I still have none? Yeah, sort that. Let's get rid of this and this. And there we go. Okay, now also something we're going to do while we're doing this is we're going to go ahead and put something over here that's going to help me a little bit in this stuff that we're doing. And that's this thing, and it's not badly named. I'm just going to put it out there. It's called the Awesome Sink. And the reason why it's so awesome is that it gets rid of all this excess stuff that I have laying around while I'm doing something else. I need a little bit of concrete. There we go. So it's going to get rid of my excess stuff. Now I'm going to put it way over here for right now because I do have the ability to tap into my power. So I'm going to grab my Awesome Sink here, and I'm going to turn it this way over here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add our industrial storage like we did before. We need to grab some more of this. We're going to add our industrial storage. So this is going to be working away while we're working away on the thing. I feel like multitasking in this game is a really fun thing to do and probably pretty vital in the long run. You know what? Actually, I feel like I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way so I can add more of them pretty easily. And then we're going to go ahead and add our fastest conveyor belt, whatever we can do at the whatever stage we are in game. And then we're going to go in here and we're going to say, okay, we're going to attach the wire to this first. There we go. So we have that power. There we go. That's powered up, ready to rock. And of course, we're going to earn some coupons by getting rid of all this stuff. Now, when we go in here and we look, it's like, what can I get rid of? Well, I got tons of iron ingots I don't need right now. I'm going to go ahead and just get rid of those because those are just going to suck up my space. See? So those are going to run those into the Awesome Sink and get rid of those. Now, we're also going to go ahead and utilize this over here as well. There we go. And because I'm not going to build anything right here for right now because this is where my limestone is down below here. And I'm not really going to build anything there until I need to tap into that limestone, which I will eventually. I'll go and tap into it and I'll build another part of the factory over here, which is going to be doing some other fun stuff. And again, over here, as fast as we possibly can, let's go ahead and run our conveyors. Now, I can also stack them vertically, which is typically what I do. But in this case, I'm going to do this because I'm going to be running back and forth, taking out a bunch of stuff that I want to get rid of. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go store all here, and we're going to start taking out just the stuff that we know we want to get rid of. And it's going to downscale a lot of this extra stuff that we have just laying around and that we have to micromanage. See, micromanaging it is the toughest part. And that's why I like to build what I call the mega sorter. There's a mega sorter that will go in and take all of this stuff that I'm not really using, or that I have a bunch of it on me and I just wanted to sort it for me, and go through and sort all this stuff and then take all this excess raw materials and get rid of them. That's vitally important. Valerie, I remember that. Yeah, Legion of Onyx Tower. That was a lot of fun, bro. I had so much fun doing that. I'm the guy that would stay on that Alliance bridge at the very end. I would stay there for 16 hours and never give up, never surrender. And we have won so many times just because they gave up. They gave up. They're like, oh, God, this one is never going to end. And the second, you can tell when they start giving up because a couple people will leave or whatnot. And then that's it. I got you. I got you then. When my resolve is more than yours, that's it. I win every time. Because that's how I usually win, because I'm just relentless. I never give up. All right. We'll get rid of all of that. We can make tons more of that. Get that out of there. That's way too much of that to have backlogged. So we want to go ahead and get rid of that. Now, this other stuff we're going to use, but not the raw resources and all of that stuff. We're not going to use that. That stuff we can get pretty easily. And we don't want to have to make all of the stuff ourselves. Maybe a little bit here and there, but not all of the stuff. Like we don't need to use coal. We don't use all that. That stuff just needs to be run into the Awesome Sink nonstop while we're doing this. Now, what's funny is while we're doing this, that's going to actually clear fairly quickly. And right now we're kind of stopped at tier number 4. And we've stopped at tier number 4 so that we could utilize our base a bit better. You can see we've got tons and tons of those, so that's a good thing. You want to have lots and lots of that laying around. Now, I've got some sort of something going on here with my hypertube. I'm going to go ahead and take that out because we know we're going to revamp all of that. And this, now this, just to keep myself from falling down below, I'm going to go ahead, I can get my concrete. I'm going to go ahead and get some concrete here. Over here. No concrete, really? You used it all? No, right there. That seems very unlikely. I have so much concrete. Very unlikely that I used it all. There's also a box of concrete around here down below, too, that I could go and get. Okay, all the power out, all of this stuff out, right? Out, out, out. Now, this is all just temporary. Again, I'm hitting F and then middle mouse button, by the way, to do that, where I'm kind of like eyedroppering. I'm kind of going, okay, get this. I want to use this piece, right? So if I go F and then I middle mouse, see, and then it's like container. If I middle mouse this, now it's splitter. I've been getting so used to doing that in this particular playthrough. It's a more advanced way of playing the game, and it is so incredibly useful. So try to train yourself to do that. You're gonna be working at a whole nother level over here. Actually, I don't want to get rid of that box right there. I want to keep that box because that's going to be a lot of coal that I don't want to drop onto me. There we go. All right, all this is going. We're going to make this beautiful, everybody. We're going to make this really, really nice. Now, this is bringing my coal in, and that's fine. I wanted to bring all my coal all the way in here. Now, I had little open areas here where I was bringing the resources up, but, of course, we're no longer going to do that because we're at the stage where we can do it via walls and lifters and really make it nicer. In the beginning, you're using a lot of belts and whatnot to bring things from here to there. But I feel like the more advanced thing to do is to go through and use your walls and whatnot and lifters and wall conveyor adapters and wall holes for your hypertubes and all of that stuff. Right, so that's the more advanced stuff. Now, normally I don't build it out to the level that I'm building right now, which is putting in the walls and using a lot of concrete and all that stuff to build that out. Just a kind of a little disclaimer there, because it's an early access game and they're constantly upgrading it. But I feel like right now is a real good time to really take it to another level. Take it to like what I call the mega build level, right? That's where you really get it rock solid down. Oop, no. I got my foundations up there, so I want to go ahead and do that again. Get as many of these as we can, but not get my foundations up above. And that's why I usually take out the stuff that's the taller stuff individually. And then stuff that's just like flat like this, then you can just kind of sweep it like that. Try not to hit any foundations. And boom. Now you can also get up above and you can do stuff from up above and do all of that. I typically don't do it up above either because, again, I lose my foundations and I end up putting them back in. And I feel like it's just worth the time taking the extra bit, doing it individually here. I'm not really ever in a hurry in this game. I feel like it's very easy to get in a hurry in games. I just take my time like that. Like, Kismet, you took out all your power poles. I did. I did take out all my power poles. The power poles are unnecessary. Unnecessary anymore. You know why? Because we got these awesome wall attachers, and they are the jam, bro. They are the thing. So let's take out all these power poles, and we're going to rerun all of our power today. No more power poles. How awesome is that going to be? Why is that there? I don't know. Take that out. Take that out. Take this out. What do we got going in here? Some more stuff that can go into the awesome sink. All right, awesome. Awesome that we're going to be feeding stuff in the awesome sink. Now, what's the awesome sink all about? Well, the awesome sink is the ability to buy wall holes for things like that, or for buying like wall attachments like that using your tickets. It's a great use of all your excess stuff that you've got. You always end up with tons and tons of excess stuff. And I can just control a left click and it puts that in there. I love that. I wish 7 Days to Die had that. That's such a fantastic mechanic. Very underrated mechanic because, man, I use that all the time. It's very, very useful. And then we're going to go ahead and put all this. I feel like every other game should now take a huge cue from Satisfactory, and the way that it's made and the way that it's built and the way that you build stuff along the way is just really, really well done. All right, power over here gone. Power over there gone. All right, very nice. Now, we've got all that going on, and the only thing we have running in our factory right now is concrete. That's it. That's the only thing that's going, but that's okay. It's going at double the rate right now, so we're getting tons and tons of concrete flowing in right over there. Now, what do we got in here? Now, oh, this is more stuff we can get rid of. Let's take this whole thing out. Let's take this out. There we go. So that concrete just going to keep filling and filling and filling, and I want it to back. Oh, yeah, see up there? Right there, you can see that this has stopped going up there. And that means that top box is full, and now it's feeding into this box. So if we need to get any concrete, we can just go ahead and run up here to the top and grab some concrete. But eventually, it's going to keep going down, 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 and it's going to get to this bottom box. And that bottom box is going to be filled with concrete, and then it's going to start backlogging all the way over there. We'll also make it, by the way, that if it does start to backlog and it backlogs all the way to the node, that it will start to run all the excess into the Awesome Sink as well. Now we're going to have a sorter in the back here that's also going to be tied into all of these lines. That's going to sort it and also do an overflow. So if there's an overflow on that line, it's going to go ahead and run that to the Awesome Sink. If there is a thing, what I call that, brain, if it's the thing, if it's concrete, it's going to put it in there. If it's not concrete, it's going to run it straight. If it doesn't need to do one of those things and there's an overflow, it's going to take the overflow and run it in the Awesome Sink. There we go. That's what it's going to do eventually. But right now, we need to get rid of some more junk. Again, you want this all working while you're doing something else. Very, very nice. All right, we don't need this. We don't need that. This, all that can be run in the Awesome Sink. So there we go. 3 containers worth of stuff that we're just going to say, bye-bye, get out of here. You're out. You're out. Just like that. Now, I don't need any steel for right the moment. I'm doing okay on that. But eventually, we are going to bring the steel from down below up into this upper level. Now, we need to also think about how we're going to do our transport overall. Now, I have like a main road that I'm using right now, and you can see my main roads are colored in yellow. I've used, the little paint thing, this thing, and I've colored that in to be utilized for that. But I need to have an ability to go up and down from up above to down here. And I've got that right here. And then it's along this road, right? So I try to keep everything centralized along that road. Now up here at the top, again, you can see there's a road here. We're going to take the MAM out. Take all this out for now. Get our coffee cup back on again. There we go. And you can see again up here, we've got lots of power lines run. So we're going to take all these power lines out. We're going to rework all those power lines. Now up here, what we've been doing is we've been using walkways, which is pretty fun. Very rarely do I ever use these. But we're stretching ourselves a little bit in this playthrough. And we've also got ourselves another box over here. This is the traditional way that I'll run stuff. I'll run it 3 high, and then I'll have it feed in the top and then work its way down. But in this case, we're doing it underneath now. We're doing an underfed base, so it's going to feed that. So I can go ahead and take all of this out now, like that. That's no longer necessary. And you can see that we were working on a bit of our sorter and then mega sorter. We were doing some testing here. We're going to be doing a good amount of that, working with that stuff later on. That can all go bye-bye right there. This go bye-bye here and all of that. And we're bringing some stuff up from down below, and we were testing all of that, and that worked out awesome, and so on. So we could have done it that way, where we come in, we double feed, and then it goes through, and then it says, okay, does this, is this this type of resource? If it is, run it up and run it over into the box and whatnot. We had a bunch of these all stacked up. And that's how I feel like I like to start the game, is to have them stacked vertically. And that gets me started with, saving up all my resources so I can then come back and do what we're doing right now. Now we're going to take all of this out because we've... Oh, it's time to go to battle. We're going to take all of this out because this is actually going to be on the level down below where we are. Take all that out of there. Make sure we got no floating stuff. This is going to be on the level down below now. We were just testing it up here. So none of this actually even needs to be up onto this level anymore. And we're going to have some more advanced production on this particular level, our very large constructors and stuff like that. You're going to see me come through and put those up here eventually. But there we go. Very nice, and we've got that all filled in. I like that a lot. I feel like that turned out pretty amazing. Now also, what we don't need is we don't need the awesome sink up here anymore. So we can take that out. And look at this, everybody. This is shaping up. Make sure we put this back in. And there is our awesome shop. That's kind of in an awkward spot. We're going to go ahead and move that. How are we looking in here? I know we got tons of stuff in here that we need to work on as well. And we're just going to revamp all of our stuff today. All of it, all of it, all of it. All right, and this guy out of here. Now, another cool thing you can do is you don't have to leave openings now when you get to this stage. You can go ahead and do a lot of closing up of your floor and base. Now, over here you can see we've got our space elevator and we're feeding stuff in there. And I've completely stopped feeding stuff in there. I've completely stopped working on anything to do with the space elevator at the tier 4 level. Wow, look at all that stuff in there. Holy mackerel. Lots of stuff in there. Now, we're going to take all that stuff and we're going to take it down below. Now, we got a bit of a problem right now is we don't have any power in the upper part of the base. Right? You can see I've taken out all the power structure of the entire base, including running it way over here, which is actually running the other side of the factory, which is bringing sulfur right here and also our cadmium wire, which is quick wire, which is producing over there as well. So we need to get some more power back up here in the top level. So we're going to use these awesome things that I absolutely love called the double wall connectors. And we're going to just put it up a little bit high. I like it to be up a bit higher and whatnot. And we're going to go down here and we're going to get a wire and we're going to try to connect to our wire down here. And we're going to run that up into that wire. And we're going to run it on the back side. So for each side, you can go ahead and run it. Now look at that. You know, I don't like stuff running through there. Not only do I like to make it functional, but I like to make it beautiful at the same time. So instead of having this cord run straight across, I say, here's what we do. We go ahead and run down there. Now, I've got the skates on, so I can kind of jump down and land. I'll take a little bit of damage, but I'll be fine. That's why I like the skates more than I like the jetpack. I feel like it works better for what I'm doing most of the time. Which is running around and doing all sorts of things. So I'm going to go ahead and take this wire out because this wire is not great. We're going to take that out and we're going to go ahead and run this. Now we're also going to run separate lines, and we're going to work on that today before we get too far with our power. That we're going to have separate lines that are for our transport, one for our transport and one for our actual power of everything that we're doing. Of our factory. And we're going to go ahead and run that into there. There we go. See, now it's only running from there instead of running from way over there. So that's going there, and that's running up now in the factory. And it also runs back, runs all the way down there, runs down to down below where my concrete is, runs all the way down that ramp, all the way over there where I have my power. I've got coal power going right now, and it's running all the way to where I am. Now I've got the ability to run the power up above with just that wire. I don't have to have those poles anymore. You don't have to have those poles running everywhere. Which is awesome. Now, I don't want to feed this from the front. Otherwise, it shows the wire going through the back. You want to actually put this in the back of it, like that. And then you don't see the wire coming out of here and going through the wall and all of that stuff. So it's nice and clean. And then, of course, this allows me to take this and run it all the way over there. Now, I'm not going to really work on that side over there. I'm going to let that be as it is for right now. But I'm going to obviously make that much better. We want to have the ability to go up and down from up here to down there, just by using the hyper tubes. There we go. Let me turn my sound back up again. There we go. And we're going to take all these resources that we currently have on us, and guess what we're going to do? We're going to take them over here, and we're going to store them all over here for us to use. And whatnot. And you're like, well, what about all your boxes and stuff over there, Kismet? Why not put it in those boxes? Well, the reason why I don't put it in those boxes right now is because this is going to be the actual resources that I'm using to rebuild the stuff that I dismantled, right? This is all the stuff I took apart, and now I am going to go ahead and put back together again. So I know I'm going to use all of these resources. So instead of me running back and forth and back and forth and back and forth 5,000 times, going and grabbing the resources out of all those boxes, I'm just going to put them in the area where I'm going to be working. I'm going to be working totally on that level for quite a bit. Now, this is also a kind of a placeholder over here for more storages that we're going to do. They're going to end up looking like this in groups of 3s. But we're not going to work on that right now. We're working on this over here, right? We're trying to get rid of all of this stuff that we're not really utilizing. Now, that I could probably just leave there. That's okay. All of this wire and all of this stuff we're going to run separately. This has got extra screws in it. I feel like that never really finished. Let's hope we don't have too much resources up there. And we're going to try to just grab all of that. There we go. Okay, good. We get rid of that. That used to run into the awesome sink. We no longer need that. Look how clean this is getting up here now. Cleaned up. Then over here, we've got a bunch more resources. Not enough we can go ahead and utilize right now. And again, you're going to see me do this first. This is always the smartest thing to do, is consolidate where you got all of your resources together. And then just keep running it in a line like this. Now, I don't want to awesome sync this stuff. This is my actual resources for rebuilding my entire base. So I'm going to go ahead and grab as much of that as I can and move it down to the layer in which I'm revamping. And now we can just take the rest of this out. There we go. And all that's going to drop onto my character. I don't need to take this out over here because I'm going to work with that later once I get my whole factory retooled and ready to go. So I've got my transfer going. We took out all the other extra stuff that is going on up here. And, oh, I didn't bring my concrete up. We'll fix that all up and do some more advanced factory stuff that'll eventually feed. Whatever feeds into this, that will be what's up on this level. And it will feed in there, and then I will retool it for whatever particular thing I need in my space elevator. Right now, we've already got enough smart plating, so we're good there. Really working toward versatile framework and also automated wiring. And we're going to go ahead and put all that in there as much as we can. And we've got a bit of excess over here, too, for our smart plating. That's really just for the space elevator. A lot of that stuff's just for that and that alone. All right. And let's go ahead and jump down below here. We've got that power now tied into the upper level. Now, the next thing we want to do is say, okay, down below this level is our pure nodes. All right. Oh, I almost forgot. Stream Raiders. Sorry, that's my bad. Thank you very much to Yagi. Now, remember, Yagi, do exclamation page if I go too long in the chat. Only my mods can do it, and it will flash my stream deck over here. All right, let's go this side, and I'm going to back up just a bit so you guys can get close to me and then try to go a little bit lower. There we go. So you guys can cluster up around my little buddy Norbert. There he is. He's so cute. Now, again, the great way to support the stream is to get those skins in Stream Raiders. You can get yourself an awesome Norbert Healer skin. You get yourself a Wasteland Tycoon skin with yellow fedora and all of that. Don't forget to support the stream via those awesome skins. And then you get an awesome skin, support the streams in the long run. I greatly appreciate it. All right. And so we've got a bunch of materials here that we want to go and work with. And we need to think very far in the future at this point. Because what we're going to do is we're going to utilize all of these nodes down here. We're going to queue them all and then use them in the future. Now, I'm going to take out all of these entrances and whatnot right there, and then we're going to work with that. Now, this right here is going to be, this particular node here is going to be for my concrete, or for my steel. So we're going to go ahead and take this one, and we're going to turn it to the side. Now, again, the reason why you want to think long-term is, what do I need from this node? Do I need this node to be ignites, or do I need it to be the raw resource? Well, in this case, I need it to be the raw resource itself, and I need to go from here and I need to feed up into the upper thing. So that's really easy to do. And instead of just running, a lifter like we were doing before, we went in and we did this. We just had this connected that. We lifted it up and we put it at the other level. We're not going to do that. We're going to make it beautiful while we're also making it functional. So we're going to go ahead and put in a wall there. Now, the funny irony is I don't have any concrete. what I need to do is go ahead and grab a little bit of this, put this here, and put some of this stuff down in this bottom level. All right, so now I've got some resources down there. And we're going to go and run up here. Now, the cool thing also in here is a whole lot of concrete as well. So I go ahead and grab a bunch of that and bring that down to here. And put some of that in that box. Grab this out, grab that out. And you'll see me do this a lot. And you're like, Kismet, why don't you use the little yellow containers? Well, the little yellow containers are actually smaller than these containers. So if you're using this one, those are way smaller than these big ones. So I'd rather just use the big ones because I can put my whole inventory in there in one shot and take the whole inventory out when I need it. So I'm going to go ahead and grab all that out of there. We're going to do a good amount of stuff with walls. So we're going to need a good amount of concrete. And we're going to go ahead and do that. And there we go. And we're going to face it inwards because outwards is going to be the main thing. Now, of course, right here, we've got an awesome ramp running down here. We're going to go ahead and just kind of finish up that ramp a little bit. Now, here's a little trick. You aim toward the side here where you see this little metal part and you just walk down. Isn't that awesome? I love that about the game, that you know exactly where to put your cursor so that you can build out those particular ramps or whatever it is that you're working on. Turns out amazing. Amazing. And that's going to allow us to see this from the outside as well. And then we're going to just go ahead and put in our walls. Apparently in the wrong direction, because right when I clicked it, it decided to go the opposite direction. There we go. And there we go. Very nice. So now we're putting in our walls, right? Very rarely do I do this, where I put in the walls and all of that stuff. That's going to actually hold up the bottom of the base, so I don't have to put too many foundations. Though we'll put some foundations in too, because that's fun as well. But eventually, this is going to also make me feel more secure in my base, where normally I don't build it at ground level. But I'm doing what I do in 7 Days to Die, and that's where I take out all of the ability for the mobs to spawn, and I block their ability to spawn in that area by using foundations. So it actually works really well to kind of foundation your bottom area where you have all your forges. And you're like, well, Kismet, it goes through the foundation when it's drilling and whatnot. Well, you know, RP in the fact that you cut a hole out and, you know, RP it in. You know, they haven't got to that yet. When they do, it'll be great. All right, so the only thing I want to do here from this, and this is a pure node, which we have a level 2 miner on, which is 240. And now we've made a lot of conveyor belts. We actually have more conveyor belts for level 3 than we do level 2 because we did a lot of steel. Steel is fairly easy to make, and that is using our copper here and our iron here, our raw iron, and our raw coal. And that actually is, the coal's running right above us, and this is also going to run right above us. So what do we need to do? Well, we need to get this lined up so it's actually going straight up above there. Now, one of the ways that I like to do it is simply just run our thing like this, run our walls up, and that's going to line me up right to the piece that I need up above. Like that. Really easy, right? Now, another thing we can do is we're going to need to have our transport as well. So while we're doing this, let's do both of that at the same time. So we're going to have our ability to go up and down from up above, as well as our ability to bring the resources up there. So I'm going to put it right there. That's called a hypertube wall hole, and that's going to allow us to go up and down the factory. In the case now, going down is actually not the hardest part. Going up is the hardest part, I find, in the thing. So we're going to go ahead and try to put in another wall here. We'll try to get it going there. It always tries to trip me up by putting it in the opposite direction that I want it to go. And then we'll go ahead and put another one above that. And you're like, dang, Kismet, how can you even see that? That's pretty hard to see from down here. Oh, I can see that that one is going the wrong way. Now, look how precise you can be. I take that one wall out from way down here, right? That's pretty epic. I don't care who you are. If you've done any kind of building, you know that that kind of subtlety of being able to do that and then rotating it and then putting that in, that's pretty sweet. Now I'm going to go ahead and put in another wall hole up there. Now I'm not sure exactly where that wall hole is going to land because it's really far away, hard for me to see, but I am going to make it so I can just at least get up there. Now that's the default building right there, but we want a more vertical, and so we're going to toggle vertical. Whenever I'm using vertical things, I always toggle it to vertical. It's really going to be the same in a lot of instances, but in this case, I just want to make sure by toggling that build mode. Okay, now what we need is we need some power. Well, how convenient that our power is just happen to be coming down, be coming up from down below. Now, way down there, you can't see it because it's a little foggy, but way down there, I have a whole bunch of coal going. I have 12 coal plants going. It's about 900 power running from way down there. We're going to be revamping all of this all the way down, taking out all the trees, flattening it out, putting our foundations down, and all of that. But what we need to do is we need to bring some power over here. So we're going to go ahead and get our awesome power switch, our double wall, and we're going to put it right up here. Oh, we don't have our wire that we need. Let's get our wire wherever we dropped it. Oh, no wire. No wire. All right. We'll get it going. We'll get it going. Now in here, I think we've gotten all of this out of here. We did. Okay, we take that out now. That was just temporary. So I see extra stuff laying around in the base. I know. That was just there so I could climb up on it and you guys could see what I was doing. Let's take that out now too. I like to take out all the extra little stuff that I use as construction stuff. And whatnot. I think I just saw a wall that we were missing there. Hold on a second. Yeah, we got some missing walls over here. Let's just fix that up too while we're at it. I mean, it's always the little details that make something amazing, everybody. Look at that, still cranking away. Still cranking away on that. Okay, so we need some wire. So we got to run up here and get some wire. Right there, I see some. Boom. And then we're going to need some of this too. Let's just grab a double stack of that, sort this a little bit, maybe put a little bit of this away for up here when we're working in the top area. Okay, now we can see where we put this right here. This is where it is from down below. We can just take a little peek. And that was pretty good. That was actually pretty close. I don't think it's perfectly centered. No, it's a little low. It's a little low. So let's go ahead and put that in again, but let's put it in the right spot. No, actually, that was perfect. Hey, wow, I got that first try. Normally, I screw that up. So yeah, that's looking good. And it's already connected, but I don't trust it. I never trust it when I take out the connector and then put it back in again. I always redo it because, you know, if you redo it, that it's going to be right. If you don't redo it, then you know there could be a potential of it being wrong. We're also going to need our higher end stuff here, our rotors. There we go. Anything else, man? We got a lot of excess stuff here. We don't really need that much of. And we got a lot of concrete down below, so let's go ahead and offload some of this concrete up here. And we're going to grab that stuff back there. Okay, there we go. And again, what we're trying to do is we're trying to get both levels connected in such a way that it makes it easy for us to go up and down between the levels without having to use our ramp. Right now, we're using ramps to go up and down and up and down. And what we really want to do is have our stuff going. Now, if I jump down there, there's a high chance I'm going to die. That's a death right there. Because I don't keep my health really high. If I kept my health really high, then I could jump down with the skates and have a moderate chance of dying. But I can just go ahead and walk over here to the hypertube and do that instead while we're working on our power. And then once we have this in place, we're going to be using this one to go up and down and up and down. All right, and there we go. So we've got that going there, and then we're going to go ahead and put our power connector to match our upper power connector. I love these double wall connectors. They are the jam. There we go. So and we're going to bring this from there. We're going to connect that from down here. Isn't that amazing how you can do that stuff from really far away? All right, now I'm going to go ahead and run a separate line that's going to run to here. And then this is actually going to be where all of our power is going to run. So let's go ahead and put in some more of our walls. And then our power is going to come from down there now. Now, you're going to see me actually work this back to such a point where we don't have any power poles at all. They're all going to be running along the outside of the walls, along with our lifters and all of that stuff. It's all going to be running on the outside of the walls. But right now, we're going to go ahead and run this across. And, you know, we'll try to line it up over here on this side. Let's say right there is going to be our separate connector. And then we can take this power pole out here, which is going to stop our entire factory, by the way. That is my primary line there. So I got to watch out that I don't take the primary line out for too long to the point in which I'm not making any concrete. And there we go. And then we'll fix that up as we go more and we add more foundations and all that. But that's going to queue back up the rest of my factory. And there it goes. Now, again, we're going to have to make a separate line. This one right here is, I call this the factory line. And we're going to make a separate whole line for all of the transport and everything that we're doing. And we don't need to get into that, but first we need to get our basics running. Now, we've got that running, so now we can go ahead and go up above. Right there. Now, another thing we're going to be doing right next to this is going to be bringing up our other resource, which is way down there, and bringing that up here. Now, I don't like it to be at the ground level. I like to come in and be one level up, and then I can run it along wall conveyors and all of that. So we're really doing a bit more advanced stuff in this playthrough. I hope you don't mind. I've already done a lot of the basic stuff before and shown that on stream. And we're doing a bit more advanced where we're doing a lot of lifting and wall connections and all of that, which is really, really fun to do. There we go. Now that's going to take that raw resource and bring that right up here. And we're going to have some nice raw iron. Very rare do I use raw resources, but this is going to be for our steel. And we're going to build our steel production in combination with this right over here, which is our coal production. So we're going to get that going as well over there. We're going to revamp that eventually. But right now, we really don't even need to do anything more than that. That's as much as we need to do on that particular thing. And we're going to go ahead and go back down here. Oh, we're going to try to anyway. And there we go. And now we're going to go ahead and just very easily connect this to there. That's going to start spinning up. We're going to RP that we cut a hole through it so that it goes through into the ground. And then what it's going to start to do is produce iron like nobody's business, bro. It's going to be coming out of there at 240. And then up that level 3 lifter. Let's make sure we've made it a level 3 lifter, right? I think I did. It is a level 3 lifter, yeah. And that's just going to do a little bit of lifting and then turn itself off. Because I don't need to make steel right now. I've got plenty of steel. What I need to make is I need to make a crazy ton of iron ignis. Now, I happen to have 3 more pure iron nodes. I know, it's insane. And each of these, at the level they are right now, at 240, can do 8. How do we know? Because they're a 30 input. Hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30 is 8.
Is 8. So that tells us that we can do 8 smelters. Now, these are all going to end up just in a smelter line, and then we're going to run them up above. Now, if we're going to run our steel on that side of the factory, well, guess what we're going to do on the other side of the factory? That's right, we're going to run our iron all the way to the other side of the factory over here. Now, we have a kind of a hard stop here, and this is why this particular starting point is a bit more advanced, because you're not building very horizontally. You're going to have to build vertically, which is why you see me build multiple tiers and multiple levels here. But we have a hard stop here where we run into the actual rock face. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, well, we know we're going to at least stop right here. Now, one of the things I would do is actually back it up by 1. And the reason why you want to back it up by 1 is because you're going to be running stuff up and down from down below, right? And you're going to need that extra little space to make that happen. So we're going to go ahead and start putting our walls in right here, which tells us kind of the end of it. And then we'll just run this up there. There we go. Now, we need to think out the logistics of what we're doing and whatnot, and how much of this we're going to be producing. We know we're going to be producing 240 from that one, 240, because 30 converts into 30. So that's 240, 240, and 240. That's a lot of iron coming out of there. So we might want to run those in 3 separate inputs. That is going to run it to the upstairs, right? We also are going to need our transport. So this is going to come out of here, and we're going to do smelters over here, or we can do them along the side or whatnot, but we're going to need to probably work on this one first, because logistics-wise, this is going to be probably the one. Now, Also, we need to make sure, and this doesn't need any more room. That's it. That one's done. That's good. But this actually needs to have what I call a thoroughfare or a road that comes through here in case I need to use my vehicle, which I probably won't use all that often anymore because I'm going to be using my hypertubes. But I always like to have a way for me to drive back and forth and get from place to place. And that's why you see the yellow here. This yellow means that's a road. Do not build on that. That's what that's basically telling myself. Do not build stuff on that road. That's pretty much what the yellow is for. And so this part right here is an off-limits road, right? That goes there, and then also have a road that goes up that way, and so on. But you get the general idea. Now, in here, I thought I saw a bit of our coloring. I think it's up above. And now that we got the easy access to go up above here, we can very easily go up there and say, okay, where did I put that thing? Right? Figuring out where you put stuff is one of the hardest things. That's why I have it sort all that stuff for me. There we go. I'm sure you've been asked this a lot, but do you play Factorio? I have been asked that a lot, and I don't play Factorio, but I have it on my list because it looks super, super fun. Because there's games that are kind of like paired to each other. Satisfactory and Factorio are two of those things that are paired. Another great one is Stardew Valley and My Time at Porta. Those are really great paired games, right? If you like one, you're most likely going to like the other for sure. Now, I have it on my list. I'm certainly going to get to it. Hopefully, at some point, I do have stacks and stacks of games still to get to. I'm a busy guy. I'm a busy guy, but I do want to check it out. Have you played a lot of it? Bun my yip. Have you played a lot of Factorio? Let me know in the chat. I might do a learn to play on Factorio, and I might have you guys give me some good tips on that. Good tips on getting started on Factorio and whatnot. When I do a learn to play, that's typically on a game that I probably won't play all the way through, that I'll just play a bit of it just to kind of get a gist of it. There it is right there. That's what we're looking for right there, our cartridge and whatnot. We got a little bit of everything in there. We could probably use a little bit more rods. There we go. We're going to be building a ton of stuff here in a minute, so we're going to really need a ton of stuff. But we need to go ahead and kind of identify where all of our roads are going to be and block our ability to make a mistake and start building on that stuff. And I feel like this is definitely worth your time. Taking the extra bit to mark out your roads is probably the biggest thing that I've learned in the game so far. Absolutely. So take your time to mark out your roads. Absolutely. Take your time. Go in here. We know this is going to be a road here. We know this is coming up from down below. So let's go ahead and do this. Now, normally I make roads about 3 wide. In this case, I'm just going to make it about 2 wide. And we're going to go ahead and do this. It's a great visual way of reminding yourself, hey, this is where my vehicles go, and only my vehicles, and so on. And then we'll do our road here. We'll have this whole area as a road area. We'll count that as a road. And that's going to lead me right to the node. Right? That's what that's all about, is leading me to the node of where I'm going to be doing it. Now, the other thing is, where am I going to put my road here? Because I'm going to have a lot of smelters and whatnot running in this direction. And so we're going to need to have some sort of access road. Now, the obvious road would be the middle road, right? You would go, okay, maybe here, maybe there. Now, if I go too far this way, I'm going to be in the way of this production. And if I go too far this way, I'm going to be in the way of this production. This would be one of the few cases that I would go and make the items first and then make the road after, right? Because this one over here, I'm going to turn and I'm going to put right here. So this one's going to be fine. And I'm actually going to have them sideways, all of them. And then I have it just running in an inline in one side, out the other, right? So it's going to go like this, back, and then go in on this side, and then out on this side, and then run up above. That's going to be its own line right over here. So we can kind of say, well, maybe right here, but why put it in and then have to take it out later? I suggest don't do that at all. Now, all we're doing down here, by the way, is just converting into the basic ignits, right? With the same thing we've already done with our copper over there, and the same thing we've already done with our limestone. And again, we're retooling an entire factory because we got to, well, here's how I play the game. There's like the very start of the game where I'm Spaghetti City, and then I start to unlock the stuff that I need. Then I build up. I start to build future stuff like multiple layers here. We start to build, because we have to build vertically here in this more advanced start. And then we start building vertically. We start building our hub. We start building different layers. We figure out what we want to do. And then I start to unlock all the different tiers. And when I get to tier 4, I tear the entire factory down. I take it all down because you just didn't have the parts in the beginning to make it wonderful like it is now. You didn't have the stuff unlocked from the awesome shop. You don't have your stackers. You don't have this thing. This thing is so incredibly useful. You didn't have that thing. You didn't have your wall mounts. You didn't have all of your hypertubes and all of that stuff at the very beginning. So very, very important to take that extra time to get that rocking and rolling. Now let me go ahead and flip some switches over here. Make sure I got that going. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start first on the factory itself. So before we put it in this way. Now we're going to basically bring this out just like we did before. We're going to bring it out on one side and then we're going to run it on the other. So if we kind of think of this in terms of how far we need this to come out, that's the first thing we want to do. Now we don't want to do the smelter first, actually. We want to go in. I'm going to change my bar down here. I have different sets. You can have 10 different sets, which is awesome. I hold down the Alt key to change between them. And I have, the first thing I have is my splitter, merger. This is a smart splitter, my stacker, and then the different levels of belts, and then a power cord. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create an inline split. And I'm going to actually turn it this way, right? I want it to go that way, and we're going to run it along. Now, I don't want it to run too close to this one because I'm going to need to do some stuff there, but I'm going to go ahead and run it directly out of there, and we're going to go ahead and move this out just a little bit. Now, I like it to be out a little bit so I can see what's going on with it. Now, we know this is going to be coming out really fast because guess what? This one's a pure node as well. And so is that one, and so is this one. So it gives you a more tough start because you got to work vertically, but it actually gives you an insane amount of resources in the very beginning. So you can really progress a lot faster in the game, which is pretty fun. Now, this is going to come out here, and then we're just going to do the same thing we did over there. And we're going to basically just bring our inputs and outputs and all that stuff aligned and do a little bit of that. Now, we're going to go ahead and just run this in line. Now, we know we can do 8 of these, so we're going to go ahead and just put these right next to each other. Now, if I put that like that, that's not going to work. How do I know? Because if I put this in, I know this is going to be offset from that one over there. Let's say right there. And that one's going to be offset. So it's not worth doing this whole entire thing right now. So we do one of these to get the distance. Then we do one of those. And then we take this out. That was not really necessary. And then we just go ahead and put the rest of these in now because we've already figured out the spacing. Figured out the spacing. So there's 4. And it always looks like you have enough room until you start putting your machinery in. And then when you start putting your machinery in, you're like, oh, hold on. Yeah, that's got to be pretty close. Got to be pretty close there. Now, again, we've given ourselves a little extra room around our thing here. And we can already see that, obviously, we cannot run it down the middle there. See, this is going to be taking up all the space. But we're going to also put our mergers on the outside and do a merger run as well. I don't know why I always go in there. It's like I'm showing you on stream. We're going to bring our mergers in, and we're going to send our merger down the line as well. So again, that's why we didn't want to make this one our road, because we're going to tap into that. Most likely this one will be our road, our backup road. So there we go. So we're going to do that. And the same thing over here. We need to make sure that we have this all lined up and going in the same direction. When you're putting these in, you definitely want to put them all in at the same time, because what it will do is it'll have it already oriented in the way that you go. Now, normally, by the way, everybody, I lift it up off the ground, so it's not on the ground level. But in this case, it's really unnecessary. You need to not only think of what's beautiful and what's nice and make it look good, but you need to think of what's most efficient and functional in your stuff. Oh, I offset that one. Let's hope I didn't offset them all. And again, watch out for your direction, because it loves to trip you up by changing your direction when you stop doing something and then do something else. There we go. That should have, I don't know why I put that one wrong, but such is the way it goes. I should have been watching my green line. Now, it doesn't really matter which direction I put these, by the way, but I try to get in the habit of putting them in the correct direction. Now, these are just MK1s. Now, why am I just using MK1s? Because they're just not going to come out faster than 30. It's going to go in at 30 and come out at 30. That's just what it's going to do. Now, while we're at it, we can go ahead and tag all of these. Actually, even better just to run behind it over here. Let's go back to our coffee cup. There we go. We got that one on. This one is to that. You need to make sure that you go through. Add all of this. Now, this is really one of the best ways of doing this because it takes up minimum amount of space and it's really easy to do, right? This is super easy to do a lot of inline building. And this is when I feel like I'm doing a bit more advanced. Now, this is a splitter, so I need to input on this side, right? So it's gonna come out of here into here. And you can see the lines, and you also see the orange, by the way. Notice the orange on the top, and then the other sides are silver. That's a great way to know it. Also, the 3 lines are telling you that's a input, and then this little green arrow-like thing is an output. So we know it's going to come in here. It's going to split it in half that way and that way, right? And then these are inputs. We can see because those got the lines. Make sure you look at those all the way down, right? We got the 3 lines, inputs, and then the arrows, which are the outputs, and then the output aiming down the direction this way. Output, output, output. We can see it's all aiming down the row. There we go. That is looking good. And we've got this in here. So we're going to go ahead and put all of our splitters in now. That we've put in all of these first. You want to put these in first so that your splitters line up quite well. And make sure that your splitters are oriented in the right direction. Make sure you're looking for those 2 green lines. And this is going to be pretty simple. Now, this seems simple in the beginning if you've played the game before. But this is not something that you natively think, hey, I'm going to put an excessive amount of splitters behind here because you're trying to save resources in the beginning, right? But once you get to a certain part where you have plenty of resources, you don't necessarily have to be so super efficient that you're not utilizing this. Now, the ones in between here, these ones are going to go at the maximum speed. And I could say, go maximum speed and then go a little bit slower and a little bit slower over time. But I actually get to a point where I stop doing the math. And this is the point right here. This is the point where you don't really need to do the math. You've got plenty of this conveyor belt level 3. You know what? When you're doing your inlines, just go ahead and just run it at maximum speed. Now, here's the funny thing. This last one, it don't even need a splitter because it's not splitting it. It's only going in there and going to the left. So there's no reason to even put the splitter in there at all. This last one's going to go like this. Now, I'm going to show you a great way of making 90s. See how that's green? The green line's telling me it's lined up that direction. Green line's telling me that way. And then I'm going to back this up by 2. 1, 2. And then put it down. Click, click again. And then that's going to give you a beautiful 90 degree at the very end. Very good. And so these are going to fill, and as these overfill and overfill and overfill, these are going to start up. So the first one's going to go in there at 60. It's going to go in there really fast, and that one's going to fill up and start up. And then it's going to start filling the next one, and when that one gets full, it'll keep going down the line and down the line and down the line until all of these are running simultaneously. So very, very easy to do. Now, on the other side, while we're feeding it all down this row and eventually going to right here and up to up above, we're going to do the same thing. So you don't always have to do the numbers all the time. I do in the beginning because it's very efficient and it allows me to do more with the power that I have. I'll underclock stuff. I'll overclock stuff. I'll do all of that at the most efficient way possible. Mostly underclocking. Underclocking makes your base more efficient. Overclocking makes your base, I find most of the time, less efficient and a power hog as well. So there we go. So we got that running. That's it. That's all we need to do. We need to do that 3 more times. And we're good. All right, but we're going to need some power as well. There's not really any great spot because we're up so close to the wall edge here. There's no great spot to close in this outer part. So I'm actually going to just leave that a bit as it is. And of course, I could have turned this sideways, and then I guess I could have got that in there. You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's make a change right now. Now's the best time to do it before we get too far. Let's go ahead and take this miner, and we're going to go ahead and turn it the other way. Like that. Ah, look, we can't even do it if we turn it. We can't even do it if we turn it, but we can get a little bit more space there. But it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter if I put it one way or the other. So let's take this out. You know what? Let's just... I had it already in the perfect position. There's nothing else I could do. But it's good to take a moment and double check. Finding the node under there is usually the toughest thing. That's the toughest thing. It's under there. Come on, you. Really? Really? What's the problem? Do I have enough resources? I have enough resources. Just, there it is. It's not snapping into the node. It was there for a split second. There we go. Okay. Turn that back to the way we had it. I had already optimized it in the best direction. All right. It's good to double check that stuff too. You know what we're going to do? We're going to try to work around it a little bit. Let's try that. I think that'll work out. Let's go ahead and put our walls in. And we're going to go ahead and see if we can just kind of work our way. Yeah, like that. And then we're going to work this way. Like that. Sparkle dog. See some sparkle dog, sparkle barg emotes in the chat. She's hanging out with me up here today. That's my English Welsh corgi. She's over there having a fun time barking very loudly. By the way, I have no idea how corgis, who are a small dog, can generate so much sound out of their beak. I have no idea how they are so loud. Anybody else have a dog that's like that? That's a little dog, but for some reason they have like a sonic bark, right? Like it's so powerful. You're like, oh my gosh, why? How is this dog generating so much loud sound? It's pretty scary. All right, this one we want to go ahead and put this way. We'll have just enough to squeeze by there. I would love to put it here, but it's kind of... Oh, wait, no, it's working. Oh, okay, no. Oh, okay, cool. A little bit of that in there. You're like, Kismet's going through there. We'll just say that we RP sliced it through there. Again, normally I don't like clipping. The only thing I let clip is stuff like this, because there's nothing I can do about it. I can't go over there with a drill and drill that out like I could. If this was Astroneer, by the way, I could go and take that out. I could take that out in a second. Maybe they'll add that one day. Voxel shaping. That would be insane. You could reshape the whole world to however you want. But hey, you know, they're already doing a phenomenal job. I don't want to put any more pressure on them. Hey, that worked out good. Yeah, I like that. All right, that's nice. Go all the way up. Look at us, everybody. We're actually doing some under supports this time. It triggers a lot of people on my channel, by the way, is the fact that I don't use... I should be able to get over that. There we go. I don't typically support the underpingings of the base. And I know that triggers people, because it triggers me, too, and I'm the one that's building it. But we definitely want to eventually make it look legit. And I like the fact that it doesn't fall down. I feel like if they added that real-life physics to the game, it would actually take away a lot of the fun of the game. I'm a big fan of having a good balance between those things. If I drop something, it has gravity and it falls and whatever. But when you're building, you don't always want to have it. Now, it's really fun in 7 Days to Die, but you don't always want to have that building as well. Yeah, there we go. Some elite Sparkle Dog there. All right, let's do some more Stream Raiders, everybody. Let's get you guys some loot. Let's hope we got enough peeps, because I don't see that many peeps in here. Let's hope. I'm going to heal the heck out of you, though. Get you guys some gold. I'm all coming in. Why is it always battling right behind me? There we go. Let's zoom in on the action. Uh-oh. Look out, they're going for me. Help me. They're shooting me. Get them, Legion. You got this, bro. Oh, look at him being an MVP already. What are you doing? Get that ranged guy. Look out, the healers. Oh, what a good job with the mage there. Who is that? Legion again, using his mage. Just saved our booties back here in the back. All of us healers back here. Yangi back here helping out with the archer as well. Legion boss mode in this right now. Of course, Postur's coming in helping out. Nakini and whatnot. Oh, you only put 1 unit in. Man, we had 30 minutes. You only put 1 unit in. You got to put more units in, but that's okay because guess what? We got 1 more to go right over here. 1 more over here. Come on, Legion. You got this. Who's going to go get it first? Legion's going to shoot the fireball at it. Yangi coming in with the tank as well. Thank you so much for that tank support. Oh, Yangi up here getting... Oh, we got more up here. Oh, no. We're stuck in the spider web. That's okay. Yangi going to help out. Legion, of course, taking out a ton of those mobs, saving our bacon there. Yangi gonna come in. Legion helping out together. My job is just to heal peeps. That's what I'm doing. I'm back here. Norbert back here throwing down the heals. Right now, both healers are stuck in the web there. That's okay. I think we got this. All right, let's see that final move here. Yangi with the awesome ranged mob. And I think that's a win. We got it, yeah. Even if the time ran out, we would still have it because we have more units. All right, there we go. Congrats, Legion. Got some extra loot. See, that's what happens when you come in. You be awesome. You got that loot. You put a bunch of units in. See, that's how you do it. So you be just like Legion. Legion put a bunch of units in, which means you got a bunch of assists. You got a bunch of kills. He got 22 kills and 17 assists. That means he's going to get tons of loot. The more units you put down, the more chance you have of getting all that extra loot, which is going to build up all your characters and allow you to get epics and legendaries and all sorts of cool stuff. Build up your units to be even stronger and stronger and getting better and better. And you create that momentum, that cycle of building up your characters by building up your characters, right? All right, so back to the map here. Congrats on that. Where we feel we're going from here. Let's see. I think we're going to go downside, right? Down, then up, and then over. Yeah, let's go right there. Let's do the catapult one. All right. Now, wherever I see catapults, that means I got to bring in my big boy. We're going to bring in the Wasteland Tycoon. You know what? I feel like we're just go... Should we go dead center? We're gonna try dead center. We're gonna need a lot of units. Now remember, you can come join us, streamcaptain.com. Everybody in the chat's playing it. You might as well come play it too. It's free to play. You play it in your web browser, in your Chrome browser. Streamcaptain.com. You click there. You find me, your captain. You sign up and you find me, your captain. You can search for me once you get into there. Kismet, Kismet. You'll be able to access the battle board and put down a bunch of units, get tons of loot, and have fun right here in the stream while we're streaming away. So let's do it. And we're going to get back to some Satisfactory. Let's do it. All right, so we got that set up. We've got our walls in. Now, why am I putting all these walls in right now? Is so that I can run my power and I can run all of my stuff. And we just get all the walls in and get that stuff locked and loaded to run all of our power all around. It's going to be kind of fun. Instead of running it down the middle of the road, which is what I typically do with the power, I'm going to run it around the outer walls. There's some there. Where's our other stuff over here? Oh, that's empty. Oh, well, then we'll take that out. That is empty. No more stuff in there. Okay, so what do we need? Oh, yeah, that's actually what I wanted to do. No, we should have left that one in. You know what? Let's put these side by side. Like that. There we go. Okay. I'm going to put that in there. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to need some more resources, obviously, to do a lot of this. So we're going to go up here and grab some more of these resources. By the way, that's too far to go a lot of places vertically with a jetpack, which is why I don't use the jetpack all that much. We're going to need a lot of that. We're going to need a lot of that. Maybe some wire and whatnot. We've got plenty of this going on. Maybe this. We've got plenty of concrete down there. Maybe some copper wire. We might need that. What else we got? More of these, more of this. We're definitely going to use a lot of that. We're going to use modular frames. Maybe a little bit. This other stuff we don't need right now. Oh, look at this. We got plenty of resources. See, we got all these resources left over from before. Plenty of wire and whatnot. And I kind of look at resources as in, what am I getting low on, right? What am I getting low on resource-wise? That's how I look at resources. And plenty of all of that. Let's just get our plates. We're going to be doing a lot of plates, so we need to make sure we've got plenty of plates. And we're going to do a lot of that up here, too. But once we get this done, by the way, then it's factory time. Then we're going to be making tons and tons of factory stuff up above. But we want to get this all in line and working and all of that ahead of time. Oh, put my concrete away. Put my concrete away. And this stuff I was just going to put in here and take my concrete and stuff out. All right, there we go. And now what I need is I need a lot of plates and I need a lot of concrete. There we go. And now we're going to build a crazy ton of walls right now. So we can just kind of enclose this bottom part in. Then hopefully Fred is not going to end up in here because Fred loves to walk into our base all the time. So we're going to try to block Fred and all of his other little Fred friends. All the animals and whatnot, we'll try to keep them out of our base. Like so. I was a little tempted to suggest they add turrets. So I could build a little Kismet kill box. So if any of the animals come too close. There's Fred! He's up there! He's up on the top there. He's right there. I call him Fred. I don't know why, I just do. There's no rhyme or reason sometimes to the things that I do. And that's one of them. Alright. Very nice. Alright. Looking good. And let's just start over here on the right side. Again, very rarely do I build it like this. I'm actually astounded that I'm even doing it at this level. Now, what we're going to be doing also later on today is we're going to be playing some New World. And so we're going to have a bit of an extended stream today. So if you do enjoy the stream, consider hitting that follow button. If you really enjoy the stream, consider dropping that Twitch Prime, whatnot. Know that every penny does go right back into the stream again for giveaways and taking my mods at TwitchCon and things like that. I don't make a dime doing this. I do this just to bring little moments of joy to people when we discover things or have fun or build giant factories like we're doing today. This stuff like this is my jam. This is my thing right here. This can make 20 hours go by like it feels like 2 minutes. This is my thing. I love doing this stuff, and I'm sure many a person has done that on many a game. That's what I love about this. We can really go to town on it. There we go. Very nice. And up we go into the stratosphere. All right, nice. Feel like that part right there is a little awkward to try to walk behind there, but I ain't going to be walking back there too much. And so now we're holding up the upper area, actually legitly, this particular round. I feel like I'm definitely going to need lots of lighting inside my factory eventually. Because when it gets dark, it's going to be just pitch black in here. For sure. And eventually we'll come back and we'll work on windows and all that kind of fun, more what I call mega building or cosmetic building later on. We'll do a lot of cosmetic building where we're using more fancier shapes and stuff like that. I don't do that in the beginning. In the beginning, that's just a lot of work and effort and whatnot. My job is to make a factory, and that factory to be super efficient and make tons of resources so I can get even more resources and continue to upgrade and so on and so forth along the line. And dang, Kismet, you are going to town today. Yep. Going to town. Now, if I put all these walls in ahead of time, it just makes it easier for when I'm making my hypertubes later on. By the way, that's where my hub is right there. How do I know that? Because I marked it in green so I can see from down below exactly where my hub is. So I know I can't run it up right there because it's going to be blocked by my hub. We definitely don't want to run it right underneath our actual hub area. And that's why I color those blocks in so I can see it from down below. So very great thing. Same thing about the yellow. The yellow is my roads. Those are telling me where my primary roads are up above. So I can try to match it down below here. I don't necessarily have to have my road in the same place, but when I'm lifting stuff, I don't want that stuff to lift right underneath my hub. That's not going to work out in the long run. I can tell you that right now. It's fun building a more vertical factory too, than just doing it horizontal. Like if you start in the forest or if you start on the desert, you can just find like a plateau or a higher level and then just build a big, gigantic, flat foundation and then build your stuff just in horizontally. But we're going to be building heavy vertical today. Close this baby in. You never even know that there's a whole bunch of outside out there. Yeah, this one's going to be the most awkward. We're not able to put that down a bit lower. I thought we had a wall in for that. Let's take this out, and then we're going to put our wall back in. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, the problem with that is that it's down just a little bit. See, like that. What I really want to do is take this one out here. And I want to put this down a little bit and then put another one under that so that it connects properly. Right? And so the only way to do that is actually to work from up above and bring this down so that this gap here is not there. And take out this wall. And then we're going to put this wall underneath there if we can. It's not going to be easy because that's going to be really awkward. And not able to get that down below there. Now I could just glitch it through there like that. I don't like to do that if I can avoid it. It's a really awkward area too because the extractor is there. There we go. You got to find that sweet spot to make that work. All right, nice. And then we'll put in our arc back in. There we go. All right, that's looking nice now. Looking good. I was tempted to turn that too. I was tempted to turn it so I could run a little bit closer, but that's perfect. Perfect. Look at this, everybody. This is industrial strength over here. This is some serious foundation action going on, right? Now, what this also does, by the way, on top of this is you're like, oh God, your redraw is going to be insane, Kismet. Hey, Fave Dave, thanks for being here. I don't know if you remember my old name, but it's hello, I'm Davo. I have trouble remembering what I'm even doing at the moment. But if I forget your name, don't feel offended. That's part of my medical conditions. There you go. I can't find you as a captain. Yeah, you gotta look for Kismet, Kismet. I'm in there as a captain under that. So yeah, this is actually takes less redraw. Why is that? Because we're not going to be able to see this bottom part of the factory when we're running around, and so it's actually going to take less redraw, and that's why I build stuff inside factories now, especially right at the node itself. It's fine, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you being in the stream, though. I appreciate you hanging out. Okay, so we obviously know where this one's going, right? Because this is all in line right there. Now, we're going to have a bit of a problem on this one because, look at that, we're out of space over here. So how are we going to do this one? We're going to do very similar, but we're going to kind of L-shape it, right? We're going to L-shape it. So it's basically the same thing, but it's going to run along this way, which means it's actually going to be in the way of this one running here. So we need to kind of think that out ahead of time, right? That we're going to have enough room to do that. So let's go ahead and start by putting down our basics, right? We're going to go ahead and put down our splitter, but we need to have it out just a little bit further than this. So let's say right there. Now this needs to come out of here, and it needs to go in here, and it needs to go up there. Now one of the things I can do to maximize my space is I can go ahead and use my lifter at the end here, right? And to do that, I'm going to need a steel beam to lift that at level 3. So let's go back over here now that we're kind of done with our foundations and get our steel beams and a little bit of these. And now we can go ahead and use our lifters. You're like, Kismet, why don't you have these lifters on your bar? I find it's easier just to click on them. So this is actually going to come up and then go across like that over to there, right? So we're going to run that over there, and that will run into a wall connector. Now, it's not perfectly lined up to the wall connector, and I could go and line it up in the middle and do all that stuff. I feel that's typically unnecessary. I can go ahead and run it there. Now, also, I could run it from the other side over here. I could run it up along that wall. I could turn this way, hit that wall, and go up that way. So whatever I feel like doing. It's really up to me in the end. But what I really want to do is have it where it connects. And again, I like it to be up above. Have it where it connects in a triple wall. Now, a triple wall is pretty sweet. That's right there, right? So we've got to get that one to go into there. We got to get this one to go into there. And that one to go into there. And then we can just run all three of them up at the same time. And that's going to be pretty cool. Is it going to be right there? Heck if I know, because I got to put all the stuff down first, and we'll see where it ends up. Yeah, you don't really know. You have a general idea, and I usually build out the base in my head. This whole entire thing is already built. Right in here. Right in here. Now, is there going to be variations along the way? Yeah, I might see something and say, oh, okay, well, maybe I want to do a little bit of this or a little bit of that along the way. I didn't actually want to grab that much of that. We're going to need this. We're going to need some of that. Some wire. Grab a little bit of all of that. There we go. Let's get our actual smelters in. There we go. So let's say like this, right? So we're running along here. We've got this here. And we need to take a look at how far out we can do our splitters. Now, I could put this right up on top of it if I want to and be super efficient, but I don't like doing that. I don't like having it too close, so I'm going to nudge it out just a little bit. And then we're going to see how we do on the other side, right? If we run them like this, say like that, and then we remerge them again over here, going to be pretty close, but I feel like that's pretty close to win. Now, are we going to be able to do a lifter over here? Right now, I don't know if this is going to work out or not. I'm just testing it out and see if it's going. Now, see, we're too close to do a lifter to lift it up onto here if we want to. Now, that's okay because we can also run this inline and then just have it lift from the end, right? This way, from the end of it as well. So this one is actually going to feed to here and then up. And then this one's going to feed to there and then up. And then we're going to run the one along the wall. And that one's going to feed. So this one might be middle or right side. This one's going to be middle. And then that one over there is definitely going to be the left side because it's going to run all the way down here and then ending in there. So all three of these will end up in the same spot, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Because this, I can tell it whatever direction I want to go. So this will come out of here, go into this. Now, of course, I'm going to have it way back here. Again, here we go. It's getting dark, everybody. This is going to run into there, and it's going to be running down the line in this direction. And then I can tell it with the mergers, you can tell it to go that way, or you can tell it to go this way. You can control which direction that you want it to eventually end up. And so we're going to have this go that way, this way when it's feeding in, and then back this way when it's feeding out, and then we're going to go up, and then we're going to go right into that side one right there. This one's going to go middle, and the other one is going to come around from over there. So that's why you need to think that stuff out ahead of time. Now, I don't need to have it this low, right? I can put it up much higher so that it doesn't interfere with all of these right here that I'm about to do. So we'll get that going on. Now, this needs to line up to that one over there that I've already chosen. Now, again, I can move that a little closer if I want to, but I like to have a little room in mind so that I can work that. Okay, now we're going to use the one that we put there, and also we're going to go ahead and try to line it up off of this. Now, sometimes, by the way, for some reason, this does not line up off of that. I don't know why that is, why we don't see the green there. I can hold down Shift or whatnot, but sometimes you just don't see it lining up off of your actual extractor. I think it should show us that, but if it doesn't want to show us, then we're just going to kind of just eyeball it, right? Center it, and then use that as a connector that way. Oh, wait, that didn't work. It was actually using the lifter. Hold on, we got to move a little bit further forward. There we go. And so I'm using this one to line that one up, and then that one to line that up. And there we go. We are ready to rock. This into there. And now we're going to take this actually out, because we don't need it in there right now. We're just doing a little bit of spacing. And then we're going to go ahead and do our production. So our smelter, like this. Now, big problem here at the end is going to be getting this to go back. Now, again, if you notice that I do a lot of stuff that is kind of testing first. I do a lot of testing first because if you don't, it always comes back to bite you later on. But in theory, this can go like this. Oh, yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect. Because this is only going to be down the bottom level. So I can just go ahead and say, at the end, like that, right? That's pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. We'll come back to that in a bit. But first, let's go ahead and put in all of these first. You want to put your smelter, you want to first align all this stuff, your first row, align that, and then always put your smelters in first, because then you can align all of your stuff off of that. Now again, watch how much space this takes. It always seems like it's not going to take a lot of space. There's 4, 5, 6, 7. Hey, look how much space that took up. Okay? It took a good amount of space. Now, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to speed up a little bit because I think you guys have kind of got the gist of this now. And so I'm going to go a bit faster. Now, when I'm playing the game off stream, or any games off stream, I go about 10 to 20 times faster than I go on stream. And that's so people can see what I'm doing. And I usually warn people before I speed up. As whatnot. Now, if you have a comment or question, you're like, hey, Kismet, I really like to know how you did that thing and the stuff and the thing. You're welcome to go ahead and ask me here in the stream. I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all if I go past it. You might have just walked in the stream. You say, Kismet, oh, what did you just do? How'd you get that figured out? I don't mind asking questions in the channel ever. Unless it's something obviously inappropriate. If it's inappropriate, then I mind. Hold on. I just realized I'm putting those in the wrong direction. Wrong direction. Now, one of the things I think when you're picking something up like this, it should automatically orient it in the direction it should go. And it usually does, unless I rotate it or screw it up at some point. See, I want them all, I want them all pre-done. Right, pre-done ahead of time. Dang, I keep moving my mouse right while I'm clicking. At the last second. There we go. You guys get the gist of this. And so we're going to go to it. We've already done all of this before, so I'm not going to re-explain this. Come on. Okay, now this one at the end is actually redundant. You don't need this one at the end. That one is redundant, so you can just run that directly into there. Oh wait, we want to make our perfect. Let's make our perfect corner. Line that up, back by 2. Oh, we're out of concrete. Again, this is why I bring the resources down, so I don't have to run all the way up there constantly for resources, because I just can't hold all the resources on me all the time. And I burn through resources very, very quickly. All right, let's make this beautiful. We're going to bring this out. Back to. Double click. And there's our 90. And then there's all of our stuff. This all looks good. All coming out of there, going into there. Now, what are we making here? Iron ingots. And before we put all these in, let's just go down the line and do all of our stuff. Oh, look out! The mighty Warforged coming in, showing some love. Warforged. I may have found us a new MMO to play together. Have you seen New World? If you haven't seen New World, we're going to play it here in a bit. About maybe around 1 o'clock this afternoon, which in my time is in about 2 hours from now. We're going to play some more New World. It is awesome. Oh my gosh, I really like what they have so far. Super, super fun looking game. I think I'm calling in the guild. Now, I am the leader and founder of one of the longest running gaming guilds, 17 years together, over 800 members. I don't know, it could be 1,000. I stopped counting after a while. It's a lot, and I'm going to call in the crew. I'm going to call in the crew to New World, and we are going to play. So if you want to watch me play it, though, I'll be playing it later today. You get a little gist of it. It is an MMO. But, I'm feeling that MMO itch again, just like, when we're playing WoW and stuff like that way back in the day. And then we played a little WoW Classic, too. WoW is such a well-built, classic anyway, the vanilla version, is such a well-built game. Because when you're progressing, it actually gives you something that you can use while you're progressing. It's really fun going up and down the hills. Really fun doing all of that. I feel like that was really fun when it was vanilla, was to run from place to place and discover all the stuff. The problem with Classic is you've already done it before. And you forget and you don't realize how much time you've invested in World of Warcraft and other MMOs like that. You've invested a lot of time, well, at least some of us have. I know I have. I've thousands and thousands, probably tens of thousands of hours in World of Warcraft back in the day. That was before it was even out of vanilla, by the way. Before it even finished vanilla, I easily had in the thousands of hours in the game. And I could go in there and I could go /played, and I'm sure it's in the thousands of hours somewhere. And of course, I'm also doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes as the guild leader, doing a lot of that stuff too, which doesn't count towards your time played, by the way. That just counts towards your time invested in keeping your guild rocking and rolling. Okay, so it's going to come down and it's going to turn around. It's going to go back that way. We're going to lift it. We're going to put it into the thing there. We haven't decided exactly where we're going to put that thing because it doesn't matter where we put it now. We can put it anywhere along here, and we're going to decide that by going upstairs and try to decide where our actual factory is going to be and whatnot up there. We can always bring it up there and then readjust it when we get up there, but it's very close to my hub over here too, which means that my hub's there, and then next to my hub is also all of my other resources that I'm going to use. So I'm really going to probably offset it way off that way, but we can decide that at the end. We don't have to decide that right now. All right, so this is off and running. Now, we need to get this fired up and looking good, and we're going to do that by doing our power. We're going to run all of our power across here. Now, we've been using these really wonderful wall connectors right here. These are the greatest. I absolutely love them. Now, on this particular factory, because we are going to be running along the wall here, and we have a lot of tall stuff here that we're going to be using, we're going to run the power a bit higher up in this round. So we're going to use our single wall outlet. We don't need a double-sided on this one because we're going to just run it over here. I'm going to run it along this edge. So I'm going to put it right there, and I'm going to go ahead and connect that power line from there to our main power outlet over there. Again, I don't like anything to clip. I don't like stuff to get in the way, so we're going to bring that up just a little bit. And we're going to kind of do the same thing over here. We're going to look at what level that one is. We're going to hit the middle mouse button, and that's going to allow us to do that. Maybe even look at what it was at. It's running along here and ending up here, so where it's at the same level. And we're going to run that across to there. Very nice. And then we're going to go ahead and start this up. That's going to get fired up. Now, for each of these over here, I'm going to need more connectors along the back of here. Plus, I'm going to need some power lines for this as well. So I need to keep that in mind. So I'm going to go ahead and just put one here. And then I'll put another one there. And so on. Now, this one I'm actually going to jump forward. Actually, I'm going to need one for this. You know what? Let's just make a whole bunch of them along here. We'll take out the ones that we don't need. And so we're going to chain those across, right? It's always good to have a chain of these because you're going to run out of connections. You can only do 4 connections per side, by the way. So you can do 4 connections on this side. If you have a double one, you do 4 connections on the other side. So it's 8 connections from those double-sided ones. This is the most efficient thing I find power-wise, power pole-wise at the beginning, especially if you don't have the upgraded power poles. By the way, you can also upgrade these to have even more connections on each of them. But we're just going to run that power behind here because we're going to run a tremendous amount of power down here. It's going to tool up our factory big time. Now, eventually, we're also going to hit a point where we literally cannot do any more of these. All right, well, there's our 4 connections there. And now we have 2 more connections here. So let's go ahead and put those in. Oh, but did I miss that one? Oh, I missed that first one. Hold on. Let's go back. Let's do this right, everybody. Let's do this right. Let's get that first one in there. There we go. And then second one here. And this keeps you from accidentally running out of connections by kind of pre-running it ahead of it. And that's going to run there. That one's going to run there. That is a lot of smelters, everybody. And then I got an extra one here, and I'm going to run that back to this one. That's going to run that. All right, very nice. Now, this one's also going to help run these ones down here. Now, I still need another connector, so I need to watch out that I don't use up my last connector there. And I'm going to bring this over here. I'm going to look at the level that it's at, pretty high. And let's say right there, just so we can bring it nice and straight. Right to there. There we go. And then, again, we're going to run out of power, by the way. We are definitely going to run out of power, where we're going to have to fix all this up later on. We're just going to run. A whole bunch of those. All right, then we'll run our lines first. There we go. And we've already got the first one going. I like to back up a little bit so it's easier for me to see. Get up like this. But we've got that smoke running right there, so it's kind of hard to see where the connector is. But I kind of already know where it is because I'm the one that put it there, right? So we know it's kind of right here. Let's go ahead and see. We've already finished this one here. There's not one there. There's one here. This one's already finished. And again, let's use every power line we can. No reason to save it for a rainy day. That one's good. And then this one here. Now see, now it's way back there, and that starts getting me triggered there, right? That's way back there. It's running through this other one. Not liking it. Not liking it. Like I said, you can always put them in and then take them out when you get to a point where you don't like it. I don't like this one either. Let's take that one out. I want to take this out here. And then I want to go ahead and just leap over like that. And then let's go ahead and make this look a little nicer, right? Not only do we make the thing work, but we also try to make it look nicer while we're at it. Where's this one get? It's getting it from over here too? Yeah, okay, those two are feeding about that. That I like. That I like, so that one's there. So you know what? We don't even need this one here. Let's move this one forward too. Let's say right there. There we go. And then that one, we'll go to this one. And so the lines are a little bit straighter, so they're not so offset, so the wires aren't running through other stuff. This is just a cosmetic thing, by the way. It doesn't have to be so fancy if you don't want it to be, but for me, I like it to be fancy. I like it to be fancy. Janet, if you're fancy, look at that. I love to see, be able to look down the line and see everything in one shot. Oh, time for a battle. Sounds familiar? I'll take a look. Yeah, it's called New World. Again, I'll be playing it later, and we'll be getting it going on. Now, again, that's just going to go and then stop at some point because that's going to be as much as it can do. Same thing over here. This is all stopped and just waiting for me to feed all this up into something up above. So that's all ready to rock. Look at that. We got our second one running. These are all green. That's green. We see them green. We know it's green, bro. It's good. All right, so one more to go. Again, we're going to do the same thing again, but over here. Now, just so I don't run into this stuff over here, I'm actually going to start on the far end of where I want to end up, right? That's what I really want to do because I don't want to run into running out of space in this direction because I can always make more space that way. And you're like, well, Kismet, you're going to run into your thing. True, but I can always turn it. I can always adjust it on this end. So, again, we're going to start with our splitters. So it's going to come down the line here, and it's going to split it. Like this way. We're going to start that way. And let's say we want to have our last one line up pretty much the same, but we're going to need it to be back a little bit. Why? Because it's going to need to go up and then that way, right? So we're going to need to go back just a bit. So we'll put one there just to kind of use as a reference. And this is going to end up right here. And then we'll lift it up and then we'll run it along the conveyor edge. So let's say splitter there. That sounds good. And then we're going to come out this way. And we're going to aim it this direction. Again, I can aim it either direction. Doesn't really matter. I can always adjust it later. And then make it go wherever I want it to go. But I'm going to go this direction. And then we're going to have all of our mergers on this side. It's actually going to go right here and then lift up and then go over here because you might as well use that space. Might as well build it in the direction that you want it to go. And then merger. And there we go. And that's it, everybody. That's it. It's done. It's done. You're like, okay, how do you know it's done already? Because I know all I need to do is just rinse and repeat what I did before. All right, we'll put all these in. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. I always figure out the most important thing first. Right? The most important thing first is, where is this going to end up? Where's it going to end up to where I can feed it and run it down the line? That's always my number one priority. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, one more. Perfect. Perfect. It couldn't be more perfect, everybody. Look at that. Nice. Now, you can probably guess what I'm going to do here for a minute. I'm going to be putting in splitters and mergers and all of that stuff along the back side of this here. And so on, all the way down here, and then on the front side as well. And while I'm doing that, let's go ahead and do this battle. Looks like we got more peeps. Yeah, come on, let's do this. Let's get this battle going on. Django Fed coming with the 4 months of sub love. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate the support big time. Hey, Django! Django, we might have a new MMO, bro. Longtime member of mine. We might have a new MMO. His name is New World. We might be playing some of that. I might be calling in the guild. To all of my guild members who are hanging out in the chat, it may be time. It may be time for another MMO for us to rise up as a group. I'm going to be playing some of it later if you want to check it out and to see if you're interested in playing with the group. But I can already kind of tell that is totally my type of game. I feel like the guild would love to play it. So I might be rousing the guild for that as well. So just a heads up. Heads up if you're looking for a new MMO and a new game. Now, it's probably not going to be out till next year. But then again, we're getting to the end of the year. It's almost, can you believe it's almost 2021, which is good because we need to get this year out of the, put that away into the archives of let's never do this again. Let's never be so poorly prepared for a pandemic in the future. Let's not be so selfish that we're not wearing our masks, so we keep spreading it more and more to people all over the world, which is just keeping it going, which means that all of us has to be trapped inside because this darn thing is not under control, right? We can't go see our friends and go to the movies, and we can't do all the things that we could do before that we never even thought about before. We never even thought about our freedom to do that before. I know a lot of people out there never even thought about there could be a time in their life where they were stuck at home and they couldn't go anywhere. Right? There was probably, I know I never thought of it. It never happened in my lifetime. I'm 50 years old, for sure. So hopefully we can get rid of this year, hopefully they come out with a cure or at least inoculation against it. And people like me who are highly susceptible to dying can do it as well. Let's go ahead and do that. What are we doing? Screen check. Oh, no, thanks for letting me know, but I'm still talking about stuff. I'm not done doing this yet, but thank you. Let's see. Grants and rewards. Legion, again, to walking. Whoa, I was the MVP. Hey, look at me doing some stuff, but we don't count me. We're going to put Intangible as the MVP of that round. Call them all no slouch as well with the 11 kills. Nice job. All right, we're going to get a boss win, I think, in today, everybody. We keep rising up in the chat. We're going to get it going. Now, I'm going to get in my buddy right here, Norbert, and we're going to go right for this baddie right there. You know what? We're going to offset a little bit left. Yeah, and I'm going to back my guy up so I can just heal the heck out of you guys right there. And that's my buddy Norbert right there. He's an awesome grand healer. Go ahead and surround Norbert with your units. Of course, put your tanks and all those. I'm going to rely on you guys to be the DPS and you guys to be the tanks and block our way while I heal the heck out of you. And this way, you guys get all the kills. You get all the assists. You get all that stuff because you guys get the loot, more loot that way. Now me, I'm at 18,000 gold, so I'm pretty good. I'm pretty well off because I played this a lot. It's a really, really fun game. All right, we're gonna take this in one out. You can kind of tell what I'm doing here. So very much. How does one join you playing? Oh, is it early access? Yes, it's preview right now. It's on preview mode. So they're giving everybody a preview of the game. And really well along. The game is really well along. Looks really good for a preview. Holy mackerel. I've seen some games that released that were worse off. That were worse off in that game. That game is actually pretty rock solid from what we played yesterday. Looks great. I mean, the detail of it is awesome. The lushness of the world is amazing. I can't wait to get back and play some more here. We're going to play it here in a few more hours. We're going to try to get some more done here in our Satisfactory, though, before we do that. So here's our side one that we're working on. And we're going to go ahead and run this way. And then this is an input. And make sure this is all output and going the same direction before I connect all of those. Always good to check that first. Sometimes I forget and make sure that's all going in the same direction. The orange is going in and then out and then into there. All right, and that's going to go in there, and then this is going to come out of here, up, over, and we're going to have 3 lines of 240. By the way, eventually we'll come back, and it'll be double that. It'll be double this. And you're like, whoa, Kizzer, how are you going to do double? I'm going to do double by putting it up above. I'm going to add an extra level and do the same exact thing, but up above that, over here, up above that, over there, up above that. Because that's how far ahead I think, everybody. I think that far ahead. I know that I'm going to come back and just double all of this up. Guess what else I'm going to do? I'm going to do the same thing on my copper over there. I'm going to do the same thing on my limestone. So I'm thinking not only in the short term of what I'm building, that's why I built it so high, by the way, but I'm also thinking in the long term of my building as well. So making sure I have enough room for the expansion later on. And I'm just going to have so much iron, it's going to be insane. It's going to make a grown man cry. Let's keep going now. Let's keep going. And we're just going to fire up all this. Now, by the way, I could also get to a point where I'm overclocking all of this as well. And that's really going to be insane. Imagine you had all this stuff doubled up, overclocked, and you had your original node overclocked as well. Producing 200% of the 480 that we're doing already. You can do it if you got enough power down the road. You can, instead of building a lot of the thing, you can build a little bit of it and then just make it go faster if you have a lot of power. That's the vital thing. Now, this is inputting from right here. Now, again, this one right here, since it is a merger, that is redundant. We're going to take that out, run this over here, run it back by 2. 1, 2. And make that beautiful 90. There we go. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's coming out. Yeah, it's coming out at speed. And then all of these are just going to be 3s. Again, instead of doing the math on the mergers and the splitters, when you're doing inline, just do the fastest belt you can. Just forget about it. Forget about doing all of that because it just actually takes more time than it's worth. Resources and time-wise. The most important thing that you have, the most valuable thing you have in any game or anything in life is your time. Your time is your most valuable thing. And so we want to make sure that we're utilizing our time as best we can, most efficiently. All right, we're going to go ahead and run this along the top here, and we're going to put it, where are we at? We're 3 up right here. We're going to put that right there. And that's going to basically chain that power from all the way over there to all the way around here. Isn't that nice how you can just chain around the back? This is why I haven't run it over to the copper yet, because I'm going to run it this way, and then I'm going to run it over to my copper from down below here, which is going to be real nice. And we're going to grab this. We're going to put this here. Now, what we're going to do this time is we're going to kind of look at where our stuff is, and we're going to try to say, okay, this is these two could go here. And then this one here is about centered right off of this one. So we'll say there. And that's going to get these two. These two, where's this kind of hit here? Maybe go a little bit forward on this one. There we go. That's going to get those two. And then these last two here. Now, again, it doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical, all your power lines. If you want it to be, you can. Me, I don't worry about it too much. I don't always worry about symmetry all the time. I mean, symmetry is beautiful, but I feel like that's kind of like a beginner way of playing games. Symmetry is the easiest thing you can do, I find, in most games. Most games are built around symmetry. But if you can break yourself out of that symmetry, then you can actually make some more unique items that are more unique to your style. And that's what I like to do. I like to make stuff that's more unique to me, the way I like to build. There is no wrong way to build, no matter how much people tell you. You want to build some spaghetti, you build spaghetti all day, every day. You do it. It's your game. You do whatever you want. Me, I find the way I like the most is the way that I find it most efficient, that works with the way I like to work. Right? That's number one to me. And look how nice those lines are. Beautifully run from behind there. And then we're going to need This one over there. And we'll get over here. Oh, we forgot to put the rest of those walls in. I forgot to finish those walls. I always forget something. I get sidetracked very easily. Then from here, we'll run that to there. And this here. And then we're going to run it all the way over here. And we already have some lines in here. I'm going to take these out for now. Oh, yeah, we got a line right there. All right, awesome. And this is a little low there, so let's go ahead and bring it up. Let's go ahead and bring that up to right there. All right, there we go. And this is redundant. Now we take this one out. Take that up to there. This all the way across here to there. And now look, this is all powered over here now from down below instead of from up above, which is how we had to be at. It's the wonderful Nooshki in the chat, everybody. Nooshki! It might be time to answer the call. I think I'm calling in the full guild. I'm calling in all my Teamwork Tycoons as well. It seems like we might be playing some New World. New World is an incredibly fun game. You're going to see me play it later on today. If you didn't see it yesterday, hold on. It's going to be epic. Epic. All right. Now, speaking of epic, let's go ahead and lift this up a bit so it's not quite on the ground. And then we're going to run that right in there. That gives us a little bit of vertical space, right? So it doesn't have to be running directly on the ground. Going to run that up there. This right here is 240. Now, why is this not running? See, that should be running right now. And that means that I've missed a connection somewhere, and it's right here. That's a dead giveaway that is not... There's something that I screwed up. I didn't screw it up. I just hadn't finished connecting it yet. I was trying to figure out that corner edge first. But if that's not working, we know we're in trouble. All right, then we got to run along these and tell these what these are. And we're producing a massive... Look at this. Look at how much massive amount of... iron ignis that we're making. And we're making them down on the lowest level, which I rarely ever build down here. But it is nice to get the basics going, right? You get your basics squared away, and then you are styling for whatever else you're doing down the road. Like this. And this is going to take a tremendous amount of power. And we're definitely going to have to... We're going to have to really ramp up our power. So this is coming down here to the end. And now we get to do something really fun, which is lift this up. Make sure we're doing it at our fastest speed. And we're going to turn it this way. And we're going to look at what level do we want that to be. And this really seems to be pretty low. But eventually I'm going to add another level up above, like I said. So we need to kind of think about that now, before we start to do our lifters and do all of that stuff. Let's go ahead and put in our the ones that I usually like to do. Right about here and see if those are good. Those are good. So we can use our 8x2s. I feel like the 8x2s are industrial strength enough that we can go ahead and use them. Now look at what happens if we do 8x2s though. You're right, it's actually covering up all of our power that we did that. So I'm the type of person that if I see that happen, and I should have looked at that earlier, I just realized it. If I see that happen, I will fix that. I will go back and take the whole entire thing out and fix that entire thing. And so never be afraid of tearing your entire factory down and redoing the entire thing. So that is definitely up too high because up above this, eventually I want to have another row of these when I expand these. And if I do it now, then it's not going to be so painful as coming back later and working on it later. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take this and we're going to move this down by one. And we're going to take this out. And we're literally just going to go ahead and shadow all of these now. Down by one. Down by one. We'll take these back out. Should have looked at that ahead of time. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, everybody. But you know how it goes, huh? You do something. You try it. If it doesn't work out, it's okay. You just say, you know, my bad. I made a mistake. You know, that's the hardest thing to learn in life is to be able to just to say, you know what, I made a mistake. And I make lots of mistakes. Even at 50 years old, believe me. You never stop making them because you're a human being. Everybody is imperfect, no matter how much they try to prove that they aren't. Flawed. They lie. Everybody's flawed. Everybody has bad days. Everybody has an inherent issue. I need to do this all the way around, by the way, so that when I raise it. Now, this is actually going to be in the way. So this actually will stay like it is, but I definitely need to have that room for the upper area. So we just need to fix all of this all the way around, starting at our original connection point. Oop, unless we click it wrong. Take this one out. Ah, come on, mouse. Come on, I got stuff to do. Stop tripping me up. My mouse is really sensitive, so when I go to click the button, it actually moves just a little bit when I'm clicking the button. It's not the game's fault. That's my fault. My fault. And then there we go. So again, we went and did that. Now we're gonna have to reconnect all of this, and that's okay. But what we really want to do is just take all this out now, because we know we're going to run it along this lower level. And sometimes I will make mistakes on purpose just to show the mechanics of that. But in this case, I was talking about it and then I got sidetracked, and that was one of the things I was going to check early on. It happens. I think I ran out of resources. Take all this out. Put all this in. Now, of course, if you could pre-think this out way ahead of time, you could, in theory, put all the power in at once, like I'm doing now, at the very beginning. And there we go. I'm going to take these out. See, now, if I just take this out, it takes out all those lines for me, which makes that nice and easy. Sometimes I'll just take them out just so I don't have to take out each individual line. Just take out the connection and then go from there. We need to be real diligent that we're not missing one, because we'll know, though. We'll know if we miss a connection for sure, because some stuff won't start up. That's a dead giveaway that stuff is misput. Take this out. Oh, that is looking nice. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. And then this actually, this will have the same problem. But because there's a ramp here, I will probably leave that open anyway. That corner. I probably will not, because it'll be right here by this thing and be in the way, and we'll just put in a whole bunch of walkways to kind of make that work. And then we can raise that up to the upper level, and then the same problem I'm going to have over here. So I need to pre-think this out over here. So that, solving that also solves this over here. So let's revamp this a bit over here as well. So we'll take our walls and our foundations, our 8x2s, and we're going to run them over the top of this, right? So you're going to see where you can put it, right? Okay, and that's going to have the same problem. It's going to run right into that. So let's go, while we're at it, let's make all of our power run one, and then just running the connections is fairly easy. So let's go ahead and make this down by 1. And that one's already there. And these are all connected properly. I'm going to probably redo this hypertube entrance in the long run. Take that out. And then this one out. I love doing this, by the way. I can do this endlessly. This kind of logistic stuff. I love this kind of logistic stuff. This actually doesn't even need to be there. It could be way over here. Now, we need to do the same thing with this, and that's kind of redo our power, because earlier when we were doing this, we barely had any resources at all. When we were reworking a lot of this, or starting our copper. But now that we have all these resources and we fill all the stuff in, we can kind of better fine-tune. And also, we know what level we want it to be. So let's say right there. Let's take this out. Again, we still got to run our separate power, and we're going to do that later. Right now, we just want to get our factory back up and running, so that one can go there. That's those two. And these two can be right there. And then these ones at the end here can key off of that one. So I want to make enough, but not make so many that it is a waste of resources. I'm always thinking in those terms. Is it a waste of resources? Oh, see, look, we know we got the power all the way. How do we know? Because that just started up. So we know we got every single one of those connections done correctly. And then over here, this should start up. Yeah, see, it started up, but it didn't start going because I can see that the color changed from red. And there we go. So let's go ahead and now work our way backwards. So we're going to go ahead and connect all of these together. And I'm actually going to go to this side first and utilize these first so I can see if I need to double up on some of these. There's that one. That one's running to there, so yeah. See, I thought that was going to work out like that. But I was going to need another one. Yeah, I need one more right there. It just worked out a little oddly because I'm also using the power for my hypertubes right now. There we go. That whole pirate is ready to rock. We good. Now, why do I have this one here? I don't need that one. That's not doing anything other than just being there. Because we can run that really far. Right? That's a pretty far run on all of that. Okay, and then again, back to here. This will go to this. And work our way back. I love this part when the factory starts firing up. All right, look at that. Look at that. Firing up, everybody. Come on, get up there. There we go. This one. It'd be great to put walkways back here. Put walkways back here so I don't have to keep jumping over those. That would be nice. But let's not take the time for that. There we go. That factory is good to go. Or part of the factory. This one here. Again, if we have all of these into the places they were before, should allow us to get every single one of these. I take my time, everybody. Don't rush this part. This part you don't want to rush. You want to take your time. Make sure you get everything connected properly. And there's one in between there. Oh no, these first two were being fed from the side. Yeah, they're being fed from the side, which actually I like better. Being fed from over there. There we go. Very nice. And then these ones over here. No, I don't like that. I don't like that. That's out. That's out. If I don't like it, it goes bye-bye. This one we use to connect this. Or actually, that's kind of redundant back there. Let's use this one to go here. There we go. We'll take this one out. I'll run that across there. And this one... Yeah, see, not only are you making it work, but you're also cosmetically, look at that. That's a nice looking factory. This is just getting started. And I'm really going industrial strength now. Before I typically would just build out stuff just to kind of tinker with it, but we're building super industrial strength here. This is hardcore right here. This is a whole bunch of pure nodes now fired up. That's 240, 240, and 240 a gun. That's a lot. Hey, Siri, what's 240 times 3?
times 3 is 720.
720 iron going right here, right? So, yeah. And that's not even counting this node over here, which is going to go to our steel. That's 720 iron ingots ready to rock. Now, we got this going. Now we need to go ahead and add the ability to go up right by our hub, by the way. We're going to be able to end up there. Now, we need to go up there and take a look first before we start taking out boxes and doing stuff. But I know it's generally right by my hub, so that gives me an idea of where to start. So let's run over here by my hub. In this upper level. Or actually, my hub's over here. Why is that showing purple from underneath then? Oh. Oh, those are my boxes. Those are where my boxes are. Ah, my hub is over here. Ah, look at me, how smart I am. I marked my boxes. That's what that is. Ah, okay. Well, let's go in and let's pick a color. Mark this a little more. These are all my boxes up here. I'm glad I marked those, because now I can see from where that was from down below. All right, I want to mark that out just a little bit more. We've got an outer area here, which is going to definitely become our road. This part here, I'm probably going to take that road out. I feel like our main road is probably going to be right here, where our conveyors are running, much like we've got going here, right, or here. Yeah, it's going to be much like this, right? We've got your transition areas there, so that you can straighten it out when it's coming in the conveyor edge. So let's go ahead and do our road first. Hold on. I'm going to do our road first. Always leave roads. Always leave roads so you have better control of the coming and going of your factory. All the logistics of the roads is pretty vital in the long run. So let's make this our road here. And then, was that going to be a road? I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be a road or not, but let's go ahead and just put that there. Now, Kismet, how do you take out the coloring of the thing like this? Hold on, let me get it a little bit better. Boom, that's how you take the coloring out. You take the foundations out, and they're so easy to put back in. Look how quick it was to just take that out and put it back in. This game has some of the best building in any game ever. It is so incredibly fluid, so easy to take things out and put back in. By the way, you get those resources back, by the way. You don't have to go get all those resources. Whatnot. Now, watch out when you're taking out foundations that you're not standing on the foundation. I'm holding down Control, by the way, to do that. And then I'm hitting F to go into removal mode. And then I'm hitting middle mouse button to pick up the shape of this and then putting it back in. So there we go. No more road. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Now, we can always make tons more of this paint, by the way. So if we waste a lot of this paint, we'll be fine. All right, so there we go. There's my primary roads. We've got our primary storage areas here in the center. I feel like we'll go ahead and just have that on that side. And then we're going to have the same thing as this, by the way, is going to be on the other side. Because we're going to be doing more storage on that side. Again, there's that purple. That purple is where my hub is. So I'm going to be doing that again, but then again a bit offset right here. So I need to think all of that out ahead of time. That's the logistics of playing the game. And figuring out how to make their factory super efficient. So we'll just make a carbon copy of this flipped on the other side. Now we also need to get the resources to go into all of these as well. We're going to build our factories more in the back and then do all the feeding up here in the front, right? So factory stuff back there, feeding stuff up here. As well. And plus, we're going to also be feeding from that other side, which we have a factory over there running and doing wire and stuff. And we'll feed that in as well. But all right, we got that going. What is this wall here for? Get that wall out of there. Get out of there, wall. All right. And we've got that figured out. We've got this going up above. Now what we need to do is figure out what we're doing down below. So we take this out. Aha! There's our factory. How we looking? We got to go back by a couple more. All right, so here is where we'll want to bring some of this up. Right now, do we want to bring it up right here next to our stuff that's going to probably feed across into whatever extra feed here? Maybe, but we don't really need to put it so close to our stuff, only to find out later that, God, I gotta go in and fix that up, right? So I'm going to actually take out this whole entire line here, like that, and I'm going to re-put it back in to where I think this should come up from down below. And I really feel like it should be right about here, which is kind of where I already have it, by the way. If we look at it down below. Oh, get my coffee cup back on again. Coffee cup. There we go. Where I already kind of have it down there, right? I already kind of have it right there. So I've already kind of guessed right here, which is about the center of this, which is not bad. But I might want to go over a little bit more and just, put it right here in the corner. Right in the corner coming up. And then it can come up from this side. Whoa, God, we're going to die. Oh, we didn't die. Wow, we fell all that way and didn't die. So what I need to do, though, is because I'm going to also do another layer of the factory later, I need to think about that. And how am I going to lift that layer of the factory up? So I'm going to go ahead and start on the very far side as I can. And we're going to bring all of this stuff over to here. I'll put that wall back in. And we're going to bring all of that stuff right here on this edge. And that's going to require us to bring that thing from over there and that from all the way along the wall and over here. But we're going to put it up enough to where we can go ahead and lift it. Now, one of the things, again, we need to think about is our foundations, where we're going to have our foundations, right? We can't put it down there. We can put it here. So let's put a few foundations in. So, again, we kind of keep that in mind. Okay, there's where our foundations are going to be. Right, so we need to think about, okay, if we're going to lift it from here, we need to take it right here. And because hey, it's Fred! Aha, Fred, you can't get in my base, sucker. We're going to go ahead and take our walls. There we go. And we're going to connect our wall connector. And it's going to go outside the base. So it's going to connect here, go outside, go up, and then connect in at the top. Right, so up at the top, up there. So we need to think about that as well. Now, it's actually really easy to connect this one at the end, isn't it? Well, at least we think it is. We're going to find out here in a second. Hopefully, we're not going to be blocking that entrance. And that could happen. Oh, look at that. Uh-oh. Oh, look at that. Just a little too far back, so it's not going to get that in one. But here's the thing. There ain't nothing that says you can't do what you want to do in here. And we gotta work it a little bit, though. Now, here's the thing. The end of the merger, by the way, the end of the merger, you can always rework that in the direction. I can actually send it the other direction and then run it along the wall and then end up in here perfectly. But we're going to go ahead and see if we can make this perfect. We're going to go like this. We're going to go this way, like this. And then we're going to see if we have enough space to turn the corner. I'm going to tell you we don't, because I didn't leave enough space over here to turn that corner. But we're going to try it anyway. Nope, not able to turn the corner. So what else can we do? Well, we can go in and we can say, okay, we can go ahead and turn it this way. Right? Try that. That's not going to work either. But another thing that we can do is we can make it work by going in and actually using the belt right here first. Put the belt in first, then put in the lifter, then turn the lifter, and I just blew your mind. I just blew your mind. So I have a little bit of an extra spot there, and that's okay. Just make sure that's a real fast. And this is a 3 lifter, and that is a 3 belt. And then we can go ahead and make it a thing of beauty. Oh, come on, you. Come on, you. Won't let me do it. Won't let me do it. I gotta turn my light on, too. It's so hard to see. Hold on. We gotta do a little something else here. It's being a little awkward. Normally that should work, but that's okay. If it doesn't work, here's what we do. We try to use our stackers to start a line. Nice and straight. Like that. Oh, I need to move that back, actually. I need to move back to the minimum amount I can run it. So let's move this back to say There. Stack it twice. Then 7. Yeah, it's too close. Too close. We're just trying to fit this edge. This is what you'll do. You'll tinker around with it a little bit. You'll tinker around until you get it the way you want it to be. And this is pretty tough because it's a really confined space over here. And this time we're going to take this one out. And we're going to go from the end backwards. Go there. And then turn it like this. Oh, it's going in the wrong direction though. It's going in the wrong direction. Hold on, we got to fix that. It's got to. When I put it in the wrong direction. The conveyor itself. The conveyor needs to go the other way. I need to connect it here and then connect it to the wall, so that when I'm putting in the lifter is going the right way, right? See, so you can see the orange instead of the green, and the lifter's going the right way, and then we put in our conveyor, and you're welcome. Look at that. Look at that. How we made it work. How we forced it to do what we wanted it to do, right? Isn't that awesome? I think that's always awesome when that kind of stuff works out. Now, here's another little thing we can do. We can also use a conveyor lifter on here, so that this makes this a little bit easier for us to connect, like this. And then this one's just going to come along and use a wall one. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, why do you have that one there? Well, if we look back over here, and actually, let's get up a little bit higher. Let's get our stacker. If we look back over here, and we need to make sure that's below our thing here. There's one over there, right? We want that one to get from there to over here. Now, when we run a line, it's going to let us know whether it's impeding on the area of this. Now, we can run along the wall as well, which we might end up doing. But we want to run it from over there to over here. And we're going to try to line it up. Let's see, how many up is it? I don't really know. I'm just going to kind of guess. Let's say there. Now, you should really just figure it out by doing the math. But we're going to see if we can connect that from there to there. Nope. Doesn't want to connect. Now, why doesn't it want to connect? Well, one of the things is when I'm connecting it to the wall, it's going to tell me the direction in which it's going. All right, I need to back up just a little bit so I can see. When I click that in, what direction is it going? Well, that's coming out. I don't want it to go out. I want it to go in. How do I get it to go in? All right, how do I choose the direction? Well, what I do is you have to go, when you choose this here, it's going to tell you what direction it's going to go, like this is coming out. The only way to control that is to go to the other side and actually build a controller or build a direction. So I'm going to go ahead and just temporarily grab the outside of this belt, and I'm just going to run it down like that. So a great way to control the direction of your belt is to put something after it. And then now when I do it, see, now that's an input. See, now it's orange instead of green. Orange input, green output. And there we go. So now we have an output over there, and we're going to try to run that across. And there we go. So now it connects in fine, but the problem is we're doing our, we're hitting our clearance for this, and we want to put a level above it, so it's really going to be a bit of a problem. Not really. Because what we're going to do is we're going to use some wall hangings to make it happen. We're going to make it look amazing. Amazing, amazing. It's going to look amazing. And now that we already have the direction of it, we're good. So we can just kind of back work a bit of the conveyor wall here. And we're going to go ahead and put it right there. And we're going to see if we can connect it. Now, we're going to have to, this is going to have to go up a little bit or down a little bit to connect into this. Like that. There we go. Now we're going to see, we're going to come in and it's going to go up into there. Now we're going to leave this side open. And the reason why we're going to leave this side open is so that it has a little bit more headroom. See, we try to put that in there. It's not going to go in there. We'll have a little bit of headroom here in the corner, and that's okay because all of this stuff here needs to have a little bit of extra space. So that one corner there can be that. Now, by the way, you can also try to use a smaller wall or foundation. You can use a skinnier one and try to put that in there. Yeah, that works. There we go. Very nice. Now it's covered up. It's just not as thick a foundation, and it works in that corner. So very nice. Now, so what we want to do is we don't want it to run into the clearance of that. Right, and we want to run it across this way to hit a wall thing here, our wall conveyor mount. And so we need to kind of think about this. Okay, how is this going to come along? It's going to come along here. It's going to hit this. And then let's say a couple this direction, say somewhere right about there. Right now, is it the same height as the other one? Oh, no, we're a little too high up. Hold on, let's take that out. And just remember we're about middle there. No, with this. We're about middle here, so we want to go middle. And how's this one? This one's just a little bit below this. Let's say, kind of hard to see. It's got to go up one. There we go. Right there. And then again, this already has the direction, so we already know the direction of how that's going. This one here does not need to be that high up, but we're going to make it a little bit higher anyway. Make sure we're using our proper speeds. I'm using a level 3. So we're going to go 1, 2 up, just to get it a bit up higher, because it'll just kind of run in at the same thing. And there we go. Look at how we made that work, right? I just taught you a bunch of stuff right there. That was a whole lot of work that takes to make that kind of stuff work, right? Now, we can also make this a little bit better. You're like, Kismet, it's down a little bit. All right, let's just fix it up, right? We're going to do it. Let's do it. Do it really nicely. And we're going to fix that up just by bringing that up a little bit more. But we got to watch out. Hold on. Hold on. We got to watch out for our foundations, right? For our second level. Let's go ahead and we got to watch out for that. Hold on. Let's go ahead and build these out now. Like this, right over the top of where we're working. Build it over the top of where you're working so you can see what you're doing. And then you can use that as a reference. Oh, it's time for a break. And time for a battle. We'll do that battle here in just a second. Let me finish this, everybody, and then we'll do that battle. So I can use that as a reference. Just go up as high as I possibly can. And then run that over there. And we're going to see that that is a bit more at the right level. And so we use that as a reference because we know that this side over here is about that high as well. So that worked out awesomely. So now we have 1, 2 of the lines tied in to our thing here, and it's going to lift it upwards. And again, this one's going to come in there, and then this part over here now, unnecessary. And then this is going to go up outside of the base and go all the way up. It's going to bring 3 lines of 240. That's going to be sweet. By the way, eventually, when we do this, we can combine this all into a single line using our much faster conveyors later on. Let me catch up on the chat, too. Hey, Kellermal, what's up? You won play Satisfactory again, bro. Making you want to play Satisfactory again? Is that what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say. Kismet, have you ever reached the build limit on any of your saves? No, I had never have. Because I usually just tinker in the game because it's early access. It's kind of like when I play Subnautica Below Zero, which is early access. I just tinker in the game. Same thing with No Man's Sky, even though it has been released for a long time. I think it's been early access for a long time. But now it's a 10 out of 10. And this game is early access, and it's a 10 out of 10. Easy. Easy. But, you know, No Man's Sky, over like the span of 3 years, grew from like a 3 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10. We're going to play that on Friday, by the way, if you want to check out some more No Man's Sky and all the updates and all the other cool stuff they've added. Now, we can make this nice and straight, too, by moving this conveyor back just a little bit. Instead of having it kind of go at an angle, we want to go ahead and line it up right to there. So let's go ahead and see if we can make that just a little bit straighter. Now, what we want to do is kind of line ourselves up visually like this. And then move over by 1. I knew it was going to hit that. I knew it was going to hit my wall mount. That's the perfect spot right there where that wall mount is. Now, would I go in and move that just so I could put that there? Oh, absolutely. I would absolutely move that just so I could have that perfect 90-degree corner. And all I need to do is just move that into the middle, reconnect this power so I don't forget, and then take this power, rerun it like this. That wasn't too hard. And then move this right there. Take this out. Let's run this nice and straight and see how it looks. Oh, look at that beautiful 90. Look at that beautiful 90, perfectly straight with a beautiful 90 edge. Now, obviously, we don't need this wall mount. The more breaks you have in your stuff, the harder it is to upgrade it all later. You don't want to have little segments if you can avoid it. Like right here, see how that does a little bit of a weird thing there? Let's just take that out and make it nice and clean and run it right in. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Oh, God, I can't run it in there. Why? Because it's hitting the clearance of this, right? So let's go ahead and just back up this other wall mount just enough to where we're not hitting the clearance, but also so it's not really awkward. And we're just going to test it a little bit. First, we'll go here. All right, that's much nicer. That's not much nicer. That feels more legit to me. Feels more of a smooth edge as opposed to that really weird, gotta, just turning really quick at the end. Look at that. That is a thing of beauty. So not only do we build it to be functional, but we build it to be beautiful at the same time. Now, I'm going to be working on the other side. And while I'm working on the other side, let's go ahead and do some more battles. Let's go to battle, everybody. You thought I forgot. I didn't forget. Mods, don't let me forget to do a break here in just a bit. All right, we got to get this going next. All right. I try to get some stuff done while you guys are battling it out. Let's see. Nooshki. Hey, congrats, Nooshki. You got yourself a healer scroll there. Pretty awesome. Cowboy coming in MVP of that round. Nice job with a 20 assists. Ooh, come on now. It's time to rise up, everybody. Time to use those epics. Time to use those legendaries. We are going to fire it off over here. I feel like we're going to go heavy right in this time. I'm going to take a beating from these catapults, but that's okay. Heavy right, everybody. Go ahead and gather around the Wasteland Tycoon right over here. Look at this awesome skin. By the way, you can't get these skins to support the stream. I do appreciate that. You get a cool skin for your game, as well as it gets us one step closer to getting even more new skins. And then we're going to go ahead and battle our way through here and whatnot, and then cut left through all of that as well. So gather around, everybody. We're going to try to go for the win on that one. But make sure you use those epics, those legendaries. We're going to need them all. Woohoo! Look at you go, Nooski. Look at you go. Okay, so what I did while you guys were watching that was I, again, came out here and I ran a thing so it would automatically set the direction. And I'm going to work from the end backwards. I do that a lot. I work from the end of what I'm trying to do backwards because it makes it so much easier. And you're going to make less mistakes that way. I'm going to go ahead and just do that. Look at that. Nice little 90 right there. Now look at this. Now I can just go as far as I want to go, right? Until I run out of ability to run it, which is right there. That's as far as I can run it. But that's perfectly far enough of what I need. All I need to do is take it from the end to here, which is running down here, and run it down that line. And so now we're going to go ahead and put our lift here. And we can put it this way. And we got to watch out because the curve might run into that wall. And then we're going to grab this conveyor wall mount back here. And we're going to take a look at where it's at. It's just a little bit above, right? So let's say right there, right? So if we're looking in the center, it's about there. So let's go ahead and run it all the way down here. And let's say we want our wall mount to be right there. Right? Now we got a little bit of a problem with that and this, right? Because the height of that is different. Now I wouldn't run it that way. I would run it definitely forward because that's just going to make it easier and whatnot. And we'll just kind of lift it to the same level roughly. Let's say something like that. And then we're going to give ourselves a little bit more room. Again, we don't want to impede on the space of everything else. And luckily we don't have a power connector there. Now this wire right here is actually in my way. That's what's causing it where I can't put the thing on there. I could take the wire out, but usually I just jump. Or I can try to climb up on something. But in this case, we'll just take the wire out temporarily. It's in the way. Make sure you put your wire back right away or you'll forget. You'll be like, why is my factory not working? That's because you took the wire out and then you forgot. All right, so out of here, into there. No, it's not running into the clearance there. That's okay. Looks legit. It's not really weirdly connected. And then guess what? There we go. That's it. We're done. GG. JJ, we got all of this done down below here. That is a lot of work, but it is going to be just an endless amount of factory running there. It's going to be pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. So now we've got all of those fed into that one area. And now we need to go up above over here. Fred's still out here. Fred's still hanging out. What's up, Fred? And we need to go up here, and we're going to say right there, right? So we're going to take that one out from down below. And so that'll tell us exactly where we want our wall to be stacked. And then I don't want Fred sneaking in here or anybody else sneaking in here. So we're going to put that back like that. And see, this is why I left myself a little bit of room, by the way, so I could run along that edge. So I don't like putting it right up against the side. Okay, so we got that going. We're also going to put some transport, I think, on this side. Where do we want to put our transport? If we come out of there, it's going to fire us right here. If I come out of this one, it's going to fire me right here. So I feel like this one right here. So let's go ahead and also look up above us. Those are our storage boxes there. We're immediately under the storage box, so that's not going to work. That is not going to work. Maybe I could go to the top level over there and then bring the top level down from there. Now, this second level over here, this is for future expansion. I'm not going to be building in this whole second level right now. Just kind of thinking about how I'm going to do my my transport up and down. Maybe this way. Yeah, right here, which is going to drop me right here in the middle. What I'm trying to do is figure a way of putting my hypertubes in such a way that I will drop right here if I need to work any of this or upgrade it or do whatever I need to do. And so we need to think about that in the long term. So we can go ahead and maybe add that over there right next to the road. That feels pretty good. And then this one, we're going to go ahead and do a bit of a kind of reverse move where this is going to go that way and that will go that way. And then we're going to try to get ourselves to go the right way. So we're going to use a wall hole here for our hypertube there, and then oh, we need to make this a little bit higher. I don't like to put it at ground level because it sucks you in there all the time, because you'll be walking along and you'll be like, oops, 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 all the time. And there we go. That's what I mean by offset. So it's going to come from up there and then down here. And then also it's going to allow me to go in there. And then over here we're going to do an entrance. So we need to think about our... oh, we already did an entrance there. We need to think about how we're going to get our power over here. We could probably run it long ways over here. Let's go ahead and put a double in so we could use that power later. And then we'll put 4 here. And we'll see if we can find an extra connection over here. Yeah. No extra connection. Yeah. I feel like we need to put another one there. And then we could take that out. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay, so take this out here. Oh, come on, you. There we go. Put this back here. Take this wire from there to there, and this to here. This is going to go to that. Go to that. There we go. And then this one will come across through here. Ah, it's going right through the thing. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Always something, everybody. Always something. Now, normally I would pull this up from up above and then bring it down, which is what I'll do later. But right now, we're just going to live with that. I don't like it, but we're going to live with it. All right, now one of these needs power again because I went and took that out. So we need to put that back over there. And for now, we'll live with it, and we'll come back, and we'll fix it up later. Because we got to move on. That's going to put us there. Very nice. And then we will go ahead and put a wall hole here. And then we'll put in this, this, and this. And then another wall hole on that one. We're going to put our foundation back in again. We're going to take this out. We're going to go ahead and put some of these out here so we can step outside. Nice little balcony. Nice. And then we're going to go ahead and connect our hypertube from there to down here. And put our connection in. So we're just figuring out the logistics of our walls and stuff. Now we probably should have put a double connector on the outside here, and then I could have done it the other way. That is a much better way. All right, let's do it the other way. Let's go ahead and put this. Oh, this is at the first level. Nope, that's not right. Nope, nope, nope. That's got to be up there. Okay. And this has got to be up there. Again, so I don't accidentally get drawn in there all the time. That, oh, of course we're, now we're running out of resources, as always. Okay, now when we need to make, we actually went a long time there without having to make anything. That was pretty amazing. But we're going to need ourselves a bit more of our encased industrial beams. Cool, it's coming together in here. Yeah, Papa, it's coming together nicely. I'm liking it a lot. We're going to have so much iron production down here. It's going to be pretty wicked. But we got to go ahead and do a little bit of this so we can get our hypertubes together. Okay. Entrance there. And now we're going to go ahead and use our power this way. This is going to be nice. We're going to go ahead and put our power, say, right there. So it's at least double up. And then over here, we're going to say, how far up do we do down? We did double up down there too. Yeah, double up. So we'll say double up there. Now this power over here, I'm going to actually bring from down below. So I need to add a double one somewhere so I can utilize the power from the outside. And I'm probably going to do it right here and try to bring it from down below. And so let's get back and say 1 over right here. And so we're going to run that down to about here. So the lucky connector is this one. And we've already got that running down to those. So we're going to take this connector out. And we're going to put a double-sided connector in there. So it's going on the other side. And we're going to reconnect all this. Now, of course, the more stuff you add, the more difficult it is to come back and readjust all this stuff. But that's why we want to fix it now before we get too far in the thing. There we go. And now it's going to go out and then up to the upper level. Easy peasy, right? There we go. And then what we can do now is we can take out the power over here. So we don't have to ugly that up. Like that. And then we can just do this. Do a little cross connector. Come here, you. Like that. Right? That's nice. I like that a lot. And what we're going to need to do is connect that one to the wall. And then we'll have it. Right there. Connect that one to there. It's very important on what side you connect it. Is so that you can have everything working. Because it can only do so many connections per side, 4 per side. Which I feel like those double connectors are the most efficient thing in the entire game early on. Because if you have your poles, they're only 4. But if you can do 4 on each side, you can do stuff like connecting all of your power and all of that stuff really, really easily from one double-sided connector. Like that. There we go. Very nice. That's on. We got this going. Nope. Oh, we forgot to put an entrance there. It helps to put an entrance there. Now you want to connect these things from the back, by the way. You want to connect this from the back. Oh, that is connected. Oh, I got an entrance on the other side. Got an entrance on the wrong side there. There we go. Yeah, it's like it's rotated. We got to rotate it around the other way. So it's on the right side. There we go. Keeps auto-rotating it the wrong way. Huh. Oh, it's not connected. That's why it's going the wrong way. I don't have the thing connected because I moved it up by a level. I was like, man, there's something funky chicken going on there, and that's what it was. I needed to put that in, so now I can put my entrance in the correct way. There we go. Okay, and then we connect our power from behind so we don't see it. There we go. Very nice. Same thing down there. And now we got to work in Hypertube. Sweet! All right, now we should be able to go here. And here. Back up to the top of our factory. Awesome. Kind of feel like I might put another one that goes up to behind the factory there. That would be a perfect spot for that. Go back in all of these because we know what we're doing here. And now we're going to go ahead and bring all of these up. All of those up from down there up to here. Oh, I need to take that other one out too. And so now, after all of this hard work, everybody, we have basically quintupled up or tripled up 4 times, whatever 4 times is. 4 times the amount, quintupled, all of our resources on every front. So all of our concrete, all of our copper, and all of our iron. And now all we need to do is just bring it up from down there. And I need to go down there probably in a minute, take out the thing if I can't see it from here. It'll be kind of tough to get it from up here because of the angle. We'll see if we can get it, and Fred's riding away. It's not the belt, by the way, it's the little piece down there. That little piece. Oh, we got it. We got it. Nice. Okay. And then we're going to do this, and then we're going to take a little bit of a break here. Take a little bit of a break, and we're going to come back. We're going to be going an extended time, by the way. Heads up to my mods. Remember, if you can't stay, that's okay. And then again, we have all of our directions going good. Look at it go. Look at it go. You can see it coming up the conveyor. That is awesome. Now again, I'm only on tier 4, and that is 3 levels of pure nodes, 3 stacks of 240. Hey Siri, what's 240 times 3? Just a reminder.
240 times 3, 720.
There's 720 raw or steel or iron ingots there. So 720 iron ingots going right there. And you can just imagine the massive amount of factory I can build from that, right? We can build rods. We can build all the stuff that we need, as well as combine it with other resources over here, like concrete and other things like that, to make other stuff that we're going to need as well. Now, the basics I'm going to build a bit out this way, and I'm going to have to kind of ramp this up a little bit, take out these trees, and build another level. Again, that's why I build up at the level that I'm at, so that I can get up over this kind of stuff. And this is why my factory has so much expandability, is because I build it up higher than the kind of highest area that I found. And this was just a little bit, I didn't want to go a whole nother one up because I feel like it was unnecessary. So I thought, I'll go here and then I'll just build over that one, and the rest of the factory will be up by 1 over there. And this one will be at this level. And that's fine. It's so fine to have your factories changing levels. It doesn't have to all be flat onto the thing. But there we go. Wow. The potential production of that is insane. It's absolutely insane. Now let's go over here and look and see how our concrete is doing while we're working. Still cranking away. Are we at the bottom box yet? Yes. We have all the, by the way, while we were doing all of that stuff, this had filled all of these boxes, including the one at the top, with concrete. So it's been working this entire time. And that's awesome because we can use a ton of that concrete later on. Now over here, of course, we've been running our stuff. So that one's been emptied out into the awesome sink. That one's been emptied out. And that one's been emptied out. All that extra stuff we have has now been running the awesome sink. And now we've got 7 coupons in there. So we got rid of all that extra junk as well. So that helped out a lot. So we did a lot in that short amount of time. Now I'm going to go about another hour in Satisfactory. And then we're going to check out New World a bit more. So I feel like the cool thing to do is to kind of watch my factory run. Oh, Freebird coming in with the 14 months of sub love. Let me also catch up on these follows. Hey, I'm Cactus coming in, showing some love. I don't know Steam. Django coming in with the 4 months of sub love. The Mighty Warforged with 16 months. Pig Scope with the follow earlier. Thank you so much for that. And thanks to everybody coming in, dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, crushing that sub button, and showing lots of love here in the channel. Let's show everybody some love in the chat, everybody. Show them some love. Fred for MVP. Yes, he's the official mascot of building your base so your stuff, though they don't end up in your base. All right, so I'll let you watch my factory run a bit. And it's going to do its thing over here. I feel like we'll get over on this side this time. We'll take this wall out. We'll just kind of stand over here in the corner so you can see all the stuff running while I just take a quick break. Now, I strongly recommend, by the way, if you are gaming, whether you're a streamer or not a streamer, is to take a little break from time to time and just stretch your legs and whatnot. And so that's what I'm going to do. And while we're taking a break, we'll have a little sip of coffee. You guys can go ahead and watch my factory do its thing here. There we go. Maybe a little bit lower. There we go. All right. You guys can watch that for just a second. Just going to get up, stretch my legs. We'll come back. We'll play some more games all afternoon long. We're going to do some more battles and all of that all afternoon long. All right. So I'll be right back. Told you I'd be right back. All right, let's keep it going, everybody. Keep it going. Yeah, so that is just working so well. Look how nicely it's built, too, right? It's all inline and whatnot. We like that a lot, a lot, a lot. All right. We're going to go ahead and let that run. We got this running down here now. We got all this squared away. I feel like all we need to do over here is just kind of fill in, put our walls back in over there. I think we're jamming. So we got our connection over there. We got a hypertube there. I feel like we really need to fix this hypertube over here. Let's go see where this hypertube goes. Yeah. Definitely need to fix that hypertube. I think I'm going to leave it there. I'm just going to raise it up a little bit. And I'm going to put a wall hole. These hypertube wall hole things are the best, bro. They are the best. This is a little bit more of this 7 Days to Die leaning over the side stuff. There we go. Put that in first before we put our entrance in. Then we're going to put a double wall connector like we've been doing before. Double wall power. And we need double wall power down there. That is what we need. Wonder if I would die. I don't know. We're going to try to get that thing. Can't quite see the connector there, but I know there's a double wall connector right there. There we go. That wall out temporarily. Alright, that's looking good. And then we'll connect that. Alright, wow, look how far it launches me. Alright, that's okay. I really feel like I want to move that, though, to somewhere over here or something. Let's leave that one in while we build the other one. How about that? I wanted to end up probably here, but we're going to build this upper level. We need to think about that. Maybe I come in this way. I think any way I do that, I guess I could do it on this side. Any way I do that, I'm going to hit some machinery when I'm coming in. You know what? We'll leave it. We'll leave it. I think that's fine. That's fine. We'll leave it. Okay, now is there anything else we need to do down here? And the answer is no. There's nothing else we need to do. We've got it all set to go. We're at max capacity to build everything that we want to build now in our upper level. So we've tapped all of the nodes. The nodes are all set up to go into the upper part of the base. So there's nothing else. Everything's been powered. There's nothing else I need to do right now anyway in this lower part of the base. So let's go ahead and see what resources I have on me. And let's go ahead and just take out, boom, that whole entire box, whatever resources are in there. Get that onto us. It dropped a little bit of it there. Maybe put some concrete back in there. Grab that stuff. And grab whatever else. Oh, there was actually a whole stack of that in there. Whole stack of that stuff in there we could have been using. And we'll grab a bunch of this. Maybe not as many pipes of everything but the pipes. And then grab the pipes at the end. There we go. And I'll leave us some concrete and some pipes down here in case we need it. And away we go. Now, back to the basics, right? So we've gotten our concrete going over there. And now we're going to use our... And we could have done it down below, by the way. We could have done it down below. We could have done our stuff on the second level. We could have done all of our things. But I know that I'm going to double that up again in the long run. So I definitely don't want to do that. I don't want to end it up down there. We've also got our road come along here. So this is pretty offset back. So that's pretty nice. And we're going to go over here and we're going to work a bit on our foundations. So we're going to bring this up a pretty significant amount. We're going to have to get our chainsaw as well. Do a little chainsawing over here. But we're going to go ahead and bring this edge up a bit. So we're going to go to our set that is for our building, which is typically set number 1. There we go. And I'm just going to press number 6. Oh, I don't have any resources. Well, guess what we need to do again, right? Yeah, that's right. Now, I'd probably put it right here by where the lifters are, because you're probably not going to build anything right there for right now. Put all that there. And then go down, grab some more of that resource. Grab the resources. Boom. That's it. See, I don't need the resources down here anymore because I'm not really utilizing them. And now we need them up here where we're actually building. What do we got? Oh, we got some stuff we can awesome sink there. Too many pipes and not enough this. And let's say that. Oh, we're going to run out of plates. I can see it right there. We're going to run out of plates. Now, we also have a whole bunch of stack of stuff over there that we can utilize. But we're going to run over here in the awesome sink and dump some of this stuff off. And that's why I like the skates, by the way. If you notice, I walk around a lot. I could put my vehicle down and drive back and forth. But I feel by the time I get in the vehicle and then I drive and then I get out of the vehicle and I pick up the vehicle, it's just as fast for me to use my skates to get across. So we're going to need some more plates. Let's see if we got any in here, which is the funny irony is that's the first thing I'm going to be making here in just a second is our plates, and we're probably out of them because that's how irony works. Yeah, that's it. We're out of plates. We actually need that over there. We need the stuff we just ran into here to run into the awesome sink. Yeah, it's gone. That's it. We actually needed those resources. Yeah, that's too bad, too sad, but that's okay because I have 720 of it running over here, so I'll be fine. I'll be fine. All right, let's do this battle while I'm running around from place to place. Let's go. Boom. Battle time. All right. Sorry, I was focused. Focused. All right. Boom. Nordy getting some love there. And Trafalio coming in overall MVP with the 24 assists. It's boss time. Time for those epics. Time for those legendary. Time for you guys to get tons of loot. Now, I'm not even going to bring in my tank, which I normally do on the bosses. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bring Norbert in. And Norbert is going to heal all of you guys so you guys can get the kills and you guys can get the assists and all that. So make sure to put your tanks in, your DPS, your supports. Put down 1 unit every 5 minutes. Everybody in the chat's playing it. You must be playing it. Follow that link. Find me, your Captain Kismet. You'll have access to the battle board and you go ahead and put down your peeps. So I'm going to count on you guys to put down some epic peeps. And I'm going to heal the heck out of you. And you're going to be off and running. Now, I put these down, these foundations down while you guys were watching that battle. And I noticed that this one cut through here. So when that one cut through there, then I moved it back by 1 because I don't want to see that in my base. I want it to be nice and covered up. So I never even have to even remember that it's there. Because who wants beautiful trees? Down with all the beautiful trees. We must have factory over the entire landscape. Oh, look at that. A little bit of grass through there, though. We get rid of them bushes, though. But look at that. See that? That grass right there? We pick that up. Boom, gone. Right here. Pick that up. Gone. Same thing over here. Out of there. Nice. All right. That's going to work out nicely. You're like, Kevin, what about these trees? Oh, we'll take care of these trees here in just a second. I'll fill this in a little bit. All right. That's looking good. I like that. Just kind of testing it there. And then I'll remove the redundant foundations that I don't need. Right here. Again, these are all resources that we can get back. I'm going to take this one out. Right here, just so I can get all these ones underneath here. And back that way up over there. And then I can always put that back in. Now we're going to run around here and be real careful that we don't fall to our death by accidentally removing the one under us. I always get that feeling in my stomach whenever I'm doing this kind of stuff. That I could potentially fall, especially when you're on an angle like that. It really messes my vertigo as well. But such is the way it goes. I just deal with it. Oh, here comes Big Boy. Now we got to watch out for Big Boy here too. We got to leave him enough room so he can fly through there. Like that. So we got to leave room for him to fly through there because he's just going to keep cycling that through there. I wonder if he runs into my... Oh my gosh, he just misses it. He just misses my space elevator. I wonder if I did that on purpose. I don't remember if I did that on purpose and moved it right there. Just I don't think I did. But yeah, so we need to think about that dude when we're building out in this direction. That we don't have that... encroaching on what's clearance? There's something there? Ah, we got some coal. There we go. Aha. And that's what was blocking us there. So sometimes it's a little hard to see, by the way. But speaking of coal, we got coal right over there. We're going to rework all of this, by the way. The second I choose to rise up a level like this, I will do it all the way across the entire base and then on until the horizon. Like that. So this will be in the lower part and then this will be in the upper part here. Now, this upper part is where we're going to be building all of our kind of iron stuff right now. And so we need to go through and we need to kind of revamp this part over here a bit. Because I think there's still some foundations down here that we need to take out. Oh, yeah. And I don't like to keep redundant foundations and whatnot. I mean, you can do it just so, you know, you can say, hey, I know it's under there and underneath there. I know it's legitly holding all of that up. There's one more there that I can't quite get to. Take this one out. There it is. All right. But I don't do that because you know what it does is eventually it's your it eventually is the max amount of stuff you can build, right? You don't want to block yourself. You don't want to build a bunch of stuff that you don't need to build, right? And I've never hit the limit yet, but maybe in this playthrough. Maybe this will be the one. All right, so we'll lift up just that side. We'll go ahead and know that we are going to mark this as our road. Reload. And this is our nice primary road. Nice straight road through the entire base. And eventually this will go all the way out. All the way out there, and then we'll go in and we're going to lift the coal straight up and run it along here. And then run it over there. Of course, we're going to have our steel production on that side. We're going to keep on expanding as we need. But right now, you know what we need? We need to get a chainsaw. We also need to add the ability to go up and down right here. Where we're going to be working. So let's go ahead and build this. How are we facing these walls along the long way? Have I decided? I think, yeah, we're doing it like that. Okay, we're doing it this way. I like to be consistent in the direction in which I do it. So there we go. So we're out of plates. Now, the big irony right now is that's what I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make some plates because that's the next thing we need, plates and rods, which are just a basic. But here's the funny thing we can do. We can go in here and we can go ahead and use our real fast stuff to fill this up. It's going to let us. Conveyor belt. There we go. We're going to just run that into there. Now what that's going to do is it's going to bring a ton of this iron ingots in here, so we can just kind of manually make it for right now. You're like, well, Kismet, you're way later. You're in tier 4 and you're still making stuff from scratch. Yes, still making stuff from scratch, and I do that throughout the whole game, by the way. Sometimes I will just get rid of all my excess loot so I don't have to micromanage it. The problem with having tons of excess loot is you're constantly micromanaging it. You're constantly doing that. Look at that. See, right there. Look at all that extra copper and stuff we've got in there as well. You're micromanaging that loot. So it's a better idea to just get rid of it enough to where you can manage it easier and whatnot. And that's why I leave some of it, obviously, here. Because some of these are higher tier stuff, like reinforced iron plates and stuff like that. It takes a little while to build. What am I? Oh, I'm trying to make a... I'm trying to make a thingy. Let's take this out. And then we'll make a craft bench. Oh, I need rods. Put all my stuff away. Okay. First things first, let's get our coffee cup. And there's our rods. Okay. And while we're going to be working, we want to have ourselves a little craft bench. So we're going to be working probably pretty much up along the edge here. So let's go ahead and do this. I feel like we can also put this in just in case. And right here. Okay, we're going to manually make some iron plates. And we're going to do a bit of that while we're working on all of this as well. But we're going to eventually run this all out of here. This is actually firing that up. I could be doing this from all 3 of these. And that's going to have a lot of that backlog. But I don't want to have too much of a backlog because I don't want to manage it. If I have too much of a backlog, I find that I end up managing it, and then that's not what I want. All right, we're trying to build a hypertube is what we're trying to do. And we're trying to build it right over here. Where were we building it at? I forgot. Right up on top of the thing we were already doing. That's right. We're doing it. Well, let's do it next to it. That's a better idea. Oh, and I got it going the wrong way. Wrong way. Thought of it just as I clicked the button. And then I clicked it again. Alright, more plates. Plates. Look how many we got already. Look at how many I've already backlogged in there. Now, we threw a bunch of that away earlier, as well as just a massive ton of plates. 4 boxes full of plates I ran into the awesome sink. Now, why did I do that? Again, so I don't have to manage it when I'm retooling my plant. I can always make some more, and then I'm about to make it where it's going to make a bunch of them for me. In fact, I can run 3 lines of stuff, right? I can run 3 lines of just nothing but plates and whatnot, but there's a kind of a diminishing returns, right? I can make 720 worth of iron ingots worth of iron plates, but it's just going to be too much. I don't need that much. And I'm going to add those lines of production as I need them, not just add it all at once, because then it will just burn up all my power. And you need to keep a close eye on your power because it's going to definitely run out with this much tooling up of our beginning production. We're definitely going to have to add some more. Okay, so more plates. We're going to add more walls. All right, looking good. And more transport. Let me just go to my transport set. Now, the real question is, where do I want to end up? I think this way, actually. So this is actually going to be this way. Yeah. And so that's going to go like that. And after we get that going, we'll go do this. We'll add back in our foundation so we don't end up going flinging off of there. We'll put our power in the back here. So we're going to need to bring our power up. Did we not bring it up from down below? I don't think we did. Yeah, we didn't bring it from down below. I can bring it from there, but this one's already doing double power. So we're going to go ahead and grab that double wall outlet. Bring it up to, say, there. And we didn't finish out this top one either. We didn't finish out this one either from earlier when we were doing a lifter to this level. See, and then I can come out of this one and then run into that one, which is going to be awesome. And then we'll take this. Nope, not that. There we go. And we'll run this. And to the side there. And then run that behind. I'll probably go up there and fix that one up there. But we'll run it kind of like that. And then like that. All right, let's go test it out. All right, we're getting all of our stuff in. This definitely needs to be expanded now. I want to end up flying off of there. Fill in all these random holes we had from before when we were working on all this. All right, nice. And, oh, actually, I kind of like that spot. I actually kind of hit it first try. Wow, okay, great. Like that, like it. Okay. Back down we go. Okay, so now we have the ability to go up and down there. We have all of our hypertubes in place. We can go down. We can go up right here from this main spot, which is cool. It gives us access to all 3 levels right from this one little area. And we're going to keep running that. This won't be here, by the way. We'll get rid of that later. Chainsaw. That's what I was going up and doing. I was getting the chainsaw. Let's go. How we doing on time? Oh, we're looking good. Looking good on the time. That'll put me right here along my main road. And that'll allow me to go right up here to where my hub is. And my chainsaw I keep typically right in here. Like that. Now we're going to go ahead and need to put our chainsaw in our stuff here. We'll go ahead and take our vehicle out. And right now the chainsaw doesn't have any get up and go. Right? So we need a little bit of get up and go. And I just happen to have a huge stacks of it over here. Right there. There we go. Chainsaw. Ready to rock. I feel like the whole reason they added the coffee mug is so that you're not on something else, right? Like your tack thing or, you know, stuff obstructing your whole entire screen. So you just basically switch to that just to get all the other stuff out of there. That's the only reason I have the coffee cup, is to block all that stuff. Chainsaw. Also got both of them because it AoEs the area. All right. Looking good. Let's go back to our coffee cup. All right. Now we've cleared that out. Now it's time to make a lot of foundations up in here. Now what I do is I usually just start with one like this. We're going to definitely need more concrete, so we might as well go back for that right now. And we're going to go ahead and put this all in. Take the concrete out. Grab all of this concrete. That's all I need right now is just concrete. We're going to make a huge area over here. What I like to do is just run a long line first. Like that. And then you're pretty far away, and then you can just do this. I try to get about this far, and then I go in the opposite direction. Kind of like you're just squaring it in, right? Okay, now if I did it right, I can basically just fill the rest of this in just by clicking all of these. I might have misclicked there. It happens. And then same thing here. Look how quick it is to fill that in. Isn't that nice? Ah, such a wonderful game. I'm just clicking in the same spot about 3 or 4 times, and then ever so slightly moving down a little bit. So right about there, and then I got to move down a little bit and then down. All right, so in the same spot, then down and down. Really fast way of making a whole bunch of foundations and building out a nice, huge part of the factory. Now, again, everything doesn't have to be right up on your thing. Give yourself some room. The area, you got lots of room, and that's why I built vertically, so I'd have lots of room for the rest of my factories that are going to be building that out. And so we're going to be bringing over here, we're going to be making rods, and we're going to be making our plates as well. Now, one of the things we need to figure out, if we're figuring out this ahead of time, which is always a good idea, is how do we get our plates back to where we want it to end up over here, right? So we need to kind of think about that too. Right now, we want this. So the second one here, this one right here is going to be our plates. And how are we going to get that to end up right there? Now, one of the things I would do is I would go ahead and build a higher level area up here for it to connect to. And so we can kind of pre-think this. We're only going to run 2 of these along here for right now. And those are going to be our plates and our rods. And so we're going to pre-think this out way ahead of time. And so this is going to go. Oh, well, if I had my resources, go back and run back and grab them again. I always forget to, when I'm doing lots of stuff, to transition back to grabbing my stuff. Grabbing my stuff. But luckily I threw it all in this one right there. Let's go ahead and get some of this concrete off me, though. I don't need that much concrete right now. And I do this a lot. Take it out, put it in, take it out, put it in. Because you only have so much inventory room. And I kind of keep a mixture of stuff so I can use it. Now I'm going to move it over here so it's on its own separate line. And so it's going to come back along this edge. Now it's probably going to end up a lot higher than that, though. And we're going to have to create some things along the way to connect it. But we want to go ahead and make sure that we go in and we go ahead and tell this one it's going to go there. And then this one is going to go there. So the second one, the second side there, this one on this left side is going to be our plates and this is going to be our rods. Good to know the difference. Now, one of the things I don't like it to do is I don't like it to clip. So if I see it clipping, no, no, no. No, no, no. So let's go ahead and just take this down just a little bit. Let's put this wall in. We're going to try to adjust it by using our logistics here on our conveyor wall hanger. And of course, no rods. You got to run back for those. Now, eventually, by the way, all of these will be filled with all of my resources. And I'll also put it down here, by the way. I don't think I've done that yet. But I'll put it down here where it tells me what each and everything is. So I'll just put a little thing there that tells me. And I'll show you. I'll get some rods here, and we'll do that real quick as we're adding them in. I get my rods back there, and I got a crazy ton of them in here. Let's get a few extra. All right. Show you what I mean. Up above, up on the top, I have it where it will tell me. Oh, actually, it's on this side. It'll tell me what's actually in there. So I can just look in there and say, okay, that's that. That's that thing. Okay. And again, we'll pick this up. And we'll try to line it up based on what we already have. And we'll run it way over here. Let's say right to there. And let's go ahead and see if we can get that conveyor to come down. Oh, that's much better. Look how nice that is, right? Instead of running into that other one. And there we go. So now we have that set and ready to rock. Now, how far can we go with this to just run this perfectly straight, right? Just run it perfectly straight along the thing. We're going to go ahead and grab this conveyor belt, and we're going to walk all the way out here until it says I can't go any further. It's about 6, by the way. I already know. I can just already know the math of it. But we know it's right about here. But we can also count it. It's 6 of these lines right here. So this is 1. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So right here. Now we need to decide in which direction we want our walls to go. That's usually the hardest thing. We're going to go ahead and face them like this, I say. Like that. And then we're going to hit F, middle mouse button, and pick that up. And there we go. And now we should be able to go in and run our conveyors. Now our biggest problem is going to be our plates. Yes, I'm out of it by 1 plate. Need 1 more plate. That's how this game goes, everybody. That's how it goes. All right, let's make a few more. and get it going. Now, of course, the first thing we're going to do is plates, which is going to help a lot with this in the long run. Now, the funny irony is that I'm going to be upgrading all of these conveyors as well to go much faster, especially the long runs here are all going to be the faster speed conveyors as well. All right, and again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 right here. Okay, very nice. And then we'll go ahead and put in our wall. We're just going to face all the walls in this direction. Like that. And again, we're going to go ahead and run. Yeah, we need 24 for that as well. So yeah, that's a common number, 24 into there. Now you can kind of guess how far we're going to have to run this back way over there. But that gets the beginnings of that started, and then also tells me a bit on where I'm going to have my wall and all that stuff along that edge. And we'll get back into that. Now again, we got this dude flying overhead, so we can't build up too much right here because we want to let dude fly right by. Man, he just like wingtip, like barely misses that. That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing I did that. I don't know if I did that on purpose or not. I can't remember. That was a while ago. All right, so same thing here. We want to bring this out, and we want to bring it up into here, and then we want to run a bunch of production. I'm not going to run it too close to my road. I'm going to run the production actually in this direction. And so what we want to do is make a bunch of plates, right? So we're going to take all 3 of these lines, and we're going to run them in such a way that they will basically produce at maximum amount. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to work on plates. So I'm going to just put a constructor down for now. I'm going to plates. You can also hit X, by the way, and go in here and set up all the parts if you want. But for me, it's going to come in at 30, and it's going to go out at 20. So, hey, Siri, what's 240 divided by 30?
240 divided by 30 is 8.
It's 8, by the way. Exactly the same number we had on the bottom with all of our forges. So this actually works out to be the same number. So we're going to just very easily go in, grab this, and we're going to do 8 of these in a row. All right, and this is very, very easy, like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lost count there for a sec. Okay, so we're going to do that. Now, there's actually something really cool we could do here, and that is feed this from underneath. So we could go in and take our stuff and run this from underneath like that. Now, to do that, you got to make sure that when you're running stuff from up below, and I'm going to use a little trick here because they've got it lifted a little bit. When you're running it from below, you got to make sure that you have it on the edge of the thing, right? So we want to go ahead and back that up just a little bit like this and hang it off just up on the edge like that. And then put our lifter in there. And then look at that. Now we can do it from down below like that. Now, we only got a problem of the fact that we have this in the way down here, right? We have this rock formation and whatnot in there, and we could create a whole nother level for that and whatnot. But again, this is just basic building over here. It doesn't need to be too fancy schmancy. But I actually wanted to leave that in the right direction right there, or actually wanted to move that. So yeah, so this isn't too fancy of production. We don't really need to feed it from underneath because we have the feed right over here, and it's actually at level with what we got going on. So we could just run it straight across and run it down the line, and then once it gets down to the end, we can go ahead and feed it back the other way. Now, here's the logistics of what we need to do, and I put these purposely in the wrong direction. And you're like, well, why is it, what do you mean it's the wrong direction? Because that would be your instinct, would be to bring that straight out and then to run it along there and then run it in the back. But what you don't want to do is you want to work your way backwards. Where am I going to? I'm going to there. I want it to go out on this side and end up over there. So if I want it to go out on this side, these need to be turned around the opposite direction because my output is really my most important thing. So I can go ahead and grab this, maybe push this forward a little bit. Let's say like that. And I want it to end up over there. Now, how do I get it over there? I can go ahead and use a lifter eventually. to run it over there, but I'm definitely going to need to have some mergers in here. So again, we're working our way backwards. And so we'll put our merger in. So say it comes all the way down the line and it ends up right here at this merger. Let's say right here. This is going to be our primary merger. And then it's going to come out of here like this. And it's going to run itself actually into that one. The other one's going to be, this one right here is going to be at, I guess we could try to switch that because, no, we definitely want to do this one because eventually we want to come back and run the iron from the other side. So we're going to do the iron on the other side over there, and then this side right here is going to be this. I could do it over there, by the way. Could do the iron on that side and then do this on, or I could do, I mean, the iron rods. I could do rods on this side and do plates over there. And then move my steel production back. That's not bad. That's not a bad idea. And then we'll have room for some other stuff with more advanced stuff on that side. Iron rods on this side. All right, so there we go. So sometimes you want to think stuff through like that. And bye-bye. Oh. Bye-bye foundations. Holding down control, by the way. Makes that super easy. And you're like, Kevin, why are you taking those foundations out? Because they're at the wrong level now. Again, and once I set a level change, I will do that all the way across. So we have a nice consistent level. And we'll just take all that out there. And so we'll go ahead and put this in. And we'll do the same thing we were doing before, but since we already have a ramp here, we can do it nice and easy. Because we're at one level down, by the way, it's even easier to add it. So I'm just clicking right there in the middle. Take these out temporarily. This goes all the way to my coal, by the way, all this transport over here. I love building in this game. I love just doing foundations is fun. I mean, very few games you actually have fun just building the foundation of what you're making. I'm gonna run out. Run out. All right. Well, there we go. So yeah, that is pretty sweet right there. And now we're up on this whole next level. So now we're feeding from one side over to there, and we're gonna definitely want to lift that up so it's not in the way of our road. So we'll go ahead and lift it up a bit. We'll say like that. And then from here into there. And of course, you know, we'll square it out and make it look all beautiful and whatnot. I kind of feel actually wants to go the other way. I feel the other way will look better. Like that. There we go. Still will work either way, but better wise. There we go. So we're going to make this into our rods over here. And this other side is going to be our plates. Now, we can actually, you know, bump this up pretty close to the road. But we're going to go ahead and try to line it up off of there. Now, how can we do that? Well, we can go ahead and just bring a belt down. Like that. That'll help us line it up. And then I'm going to kind of do the same thing I've done here. Where I grab this. We're going to line both sides up with each other. There we go. Now, another thing I could do on this one is I could go ahead and just lift this up. And the merger is going to end up this way. Going out that way. There we go. And just take this out. You can do that as well. Now, I can't do it on this side here because this is going to be at the ground level. But this... oh, wait, no, this same thing here. Oh, yeah, I have to do it at the ground level. No. I have to do the ground level because of the way I'm going to do. I'm going to do inline merging. Yeah. Take that out and we'll just use our lifter. We'll just use our lifter to make that happen. nice. Perfect. Oh, that worked out perfect. Nice and straight. Neato. All right, so again, we're backwards engineering how we end up our stuff over here. Now, I could do the same thing with this one. And then I need to bring it from, instead of running it across, I could just run it straight across this way and then that way. Oh, decisions. Because what I could do is, instead of having it going at an angle like that, I could have it going nice and straight and just kind of copy this over here. So that's just literally running straight there. And then this is going to need to come across and end up over here, which we could go and tell it go like this, and then go like that. Take this out, like that. Take this out. Have this running straight. Went wrong way. I'm going to use my higher level belts because I don't have any stuff there. And then this conveyor lift, the output being turned. I'm just making it look nice now. This is completely unnecessary, but I'm just making it look nice overall. Back that to there, and then we'll lift that up, run it that way, run that across to there. Okay, that's all. That are just cosmetically making it look nice. In the long run, that's all this is doing. This is merging together and then going up and then going across, and then it's going to be straight. Now, all of these lines here are going to be the faster lines anyway, so eventually I will do all the lines at the right speeds and whatnot. Right now, I'm just looking at what I like and what I do like, what I don't like, what I want how this to be. Kind of felt like I'll leave that in just so it looks legit, so it's holding that up. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I like it. Okay, now what we want to do is we want to actually adjust the angle of this a little bit more because we want it to be off the side of these here. So we want that to be kind of lined up a little bit more. And we were just kind of tinkering there, but now we know where we want all of this to be. And so we're going to need to move this all back just a little bit and whatnot. And this is going to end up going that way. And this will come out. And then this has got to go back a little bit now. And this is a merger. And that's going to end up going that way. This out, this out. Going to be a level 3 belt there. This is going to be a level 3 lifter. And then might as well put in our proper belts. That's going to be there. This is going to be a level 3 lifter. And level 3 belt. All right, very nice. Now that's all set up. Now, once we have that all set up... Oh, I forgot to move this one backwards. My bad, my bad, my bad. Now, what I'm doing is just making this look nice in the long run. Setting the directions. Now, I'm setting this all up first. See, I'm doing all of this first instead of doing all the rest of the stuff. And that's because these are now going to key off, this is going to key off of, that is going to key off of this, right? Where I'm going to start it. So I've kind of did it a little bit one way and then back and forth and let them use each other's position. But this is actually going to be the output of this. And I'm going to back it up just a little bit. Actually, I'm going to take a few of these out. And I'm going to back the position up just a little bit so I can see it running in between. I can put it real close, but I'm not a big fan of putting it too close. I'm more of this. So this is going to go out of here and up into that, and then across, and then all the way down the line. And this is going to be our poles. So here, doesn't ever need to go faster than a level 1 belt. Right here. Right? And this is going to produce iron rods. And so we're going to need to run in the resources around the back, and then we're going to run it back and then up there. And the same thing over here. We're going to do the flip side of this over here. And we're going to run it into here. Back it up just a little bit. Try to line it up. But we can kind of visually line it up like that. There we go. Back it up just a little bit. And now we've got these actually symmetrical somewhat on each side. They're not perfectly symmetrical, but they are lined up across the thing, only for cosmetic reasons only. Really no reason to do it other than that. Now again, we've also got it facing, so it's facing toward the feed in which we want it to go. So we work from the back and work our way forward. Again, we'll do the battle here in just a second, everybody. Just a second. I want to get this kind of established so everybody can kind of see what I'm doing, and then I will go and build this out. Now here's the thing. On this side, we're going to do plates. Now plates are 30 in, right? 30 in and then 20 out. But rods are different. Rods are not like that. Rods are 15 in and 15 out. So that means that one of those over here, one plate equals 2 of these. So instead of having 8, we're going to have 16 of the rod ones. That's a lot of rods, everybody. That's a lot of rods. But let's go ahead and do our plates first, because that's actually what we need to build stuff. So let's get our plates in and whatnot. So I'm going to go ahead and continue to build this out. You get the basic idea. I'm going to go ahead and do a battle to battle, everybody. Let's go. Battle time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Oh, come on, boss battle. We got this. I'm throwing out some serious heals. All right, there we go. Boss win. Let's see. Cowboy coming in overall MVP, and Zebra Cowboy getting extra love, and Zebra coming in MVP with 23 kills. Another boss down, 408. What do we got? What do we got here? Ooh, lots of gold. Lots of gold going this way. A little bit of gold that way. But we could beeline right for that boss. I feel like we're going to beeline right for the boss. Yeah, we'll go this way, here. We got a mystery one there. Got a 4 skull there. These mystery ones are deadly sometimes. Let's just do as many as we can. Let's go. Wasteland Tycoon coming in. That's a tough one. You know what? Let's try center. Again, put down 1 unit every 5 minutes. Everybody put down as many units as you can to help you out. Look what I've been building. We've got our 8 over there, and we've got a group of 8 here. This is one group of 8, and I leave a little bit of a gap between those. And then we've got more here, but we're out of resources, so we got to run back and get some more resources right down here. And again, that's why we put this here, so we can access our resources. I got a whole bunch of stuff on me that I don't need on me right now. I can get that off of me as well. Don't need all these copper items there, and definitely don't need all those modular frames. There we go. Swap that out for stuff that I do need, like in this case, concrete. And you thought we built long enough? Well, we didn't. We've got to build more. We need more room. Now the cool thing is no matter how far I build in this direction, it's all going to feed back the opposite direction anyway, back in the direction that I want it to end up. When I remerge it back that way. So that helps a lot. I'll do a little bit of this side too while we're at it. And we're getting out there, getting out there. All right, so again, back to here. So we want to double up on our rod production. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and this is number 8. That's why I leave a gap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is number 8. Then there's the gap. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I need 3 more. 3 more. And now we have 16 of those and then 8 of these. Now again, the more of this I add, the more power it's going to take. And in the long run, it's definitely going to cost a lot of power to do it at this level. And we'll go gear up our power some more too when we're ready for that. Now notice how I put this one down first to start the rest of these. And then once I put those down, now I'm going to actually put the mergers based on how these things are, right? So I'm working in one way and then working the other way. So let's put our mergers down. And I'm just going to keep doing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Well, they're all going the wrong direction. These ones go in the right direction. Darn it. All right, fine. Fine, be that way. That's what happened when I looked away for a minute. Looked away for a minute and they're all going the wrong direction. That's my bad. My bad. Alright, now I can count them in groups of 4. There's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit of a gap. Actually, I'm going to make a bigger gap this time. I find when you got to build it a second time, sometimes you build it better. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and number 8. All right, there we go. Now they're all going in the right direction. I can tell by the green arrows on the side of it there. Very, very nice. All right. And this needs to go this way. Actually, I can do this from in front of it, too. I can do this from in front of it, but just by looking at the green line. Green lines are going to help me out. What? Ah, out of plates. Out of plates! Run down here and make some more. Making some more. Whoa, Zebra cleaning up. Yeah, Zebra was kicking some booty there. Kicking some booty. Man, we're having lots of fun today. We're massively building up this factory. We're tooling it up big time to produce a crazy ton of stuff. Right over here. Okay, let's keep on keeping on. Make sure this is going the right direction. Yeah. They're all mergers. All right, these are going good. Double check all this before we put them all down and then realize they're going the wrong direction like I just did. A lot of work to put this down. Make sure your directions are good. They're all good there. All right, there. We're just going to do all of these first. Be a lot of rods. All right, nice. Something funky going on there. Also double checking the direction of all of my things here. This is, I use level 1s to connect to it, and then this is all just going to be our level 3s. I'm not trying to do that. All nicely in line. Very nice. All right, let's go do our plates. We should actually be working on our plates because our plates could make it so we can make more of these without having to go and make more of these, if you know what I mean. Let's go ahead and put another crafting bench up here since we're going to be working. Up here a bunch. And we'll make some more iron plates. Now, we're going to be making an obscene amount of iron plates here in a minute, so we won't have to worry about it. I guess I could have just built the iron plates first and then come back for the other one. But, you know what? I just kind of felt like making that run there. It looks good. Okay, these are all facing the right direction. That's good. And then this is facing the correct direction. That should be our output. Yep. And let's line those up. Just going to offset that other one. Always looking for those green lines to line everything up. Easy. We'll just run down here. There's 100 different ways of doing the same thing, but sometimes it's just easier to do it that way. Actually, these are going that way. Trying to get in the habit of always trying to go in the direction that I'm actually going. Good habit to have. How are we doing on time? Oh my gosh, we're running out. Now this last one here is redundant, so we're going to take this one back out. I've always put it in though, just to make sure I'm in the right mind frame or the right offsets. But this last one is redundant because that one's just going to merge in there. There's no reason to have a merger if this is going to be one line. All right, splitters now. In the back here, we're going to need to bring in our resource. So splitter. And that's going to go in line. So it's going to go in from that other side. Line itself up here. Let's go ahead and offset it just a little bit. So it's going to be coming in from this side. Now, we got to get it from over there to over here. So this one's going to be lifted up a little bit higher. And we're going to be using another thing to run it over there. But we'll get that going here in just a minute. I want to make sure that these are all going in the right direction and they're lined up with each other. That's all looking good. Let's just get down here to this bottom level. I'm kind of feeling building it from down here today. And we're out of plates again. I always find it funny that you're out of the thing that you're trying to make. And that happens a lot in this game. You'll constantly run out of all of that. And you're like, Kismet, you're out of raw ignites and whatnot. Oh, I'm certainly not out of it. I have 720 queued up over here. 720. Once we get these plates going, we'll have an endless amount of plates too. And then we'll have an endless amount of rods. And then I don't think we're going to get to screws today. I'm going to try to get the plates and the rods done. And then we'll have our three basics: concrete, plates, and rods. Get them all running, filling up those boxes. Yeah, that's going to be nice. That's going to be real nice. We just got to finish out this last little bit here. Going to get in the zone. Now, if you do have a comment or question for me, my name is Kismet. I'm going to get in the zone here and do a bit of building. Do what everybody always tells me to do. Kismet, less talking, more building. I'm in it. I'm on it. Okay, and that's going to come in there, and this is going to be our faster belts. This one at the end is redundant. Again, it's the last one on the chain. And I'm just actually going to run it in as a... I think I got to run it as a 5. Or run it as a 60 belt. There we go. Okay, now those are all set up and ready to rock and roll. Very, very nice. I like it, I like it, I like it. Okay, so we're going to need some power. So let's get this part of the factory all closed in by itself. And so we're going to do double high wall. I always feel it's better to start with your bottom wall first. More plates. Start with your bottom wall first, and then do the upper walls from there. Because otherwise, this way it'll hold your orientation. Because you're going to have a problem with your orientation quite often. With your walls, they'll flip one way or they'll flip the other way, so you have them all consistently the same, unless you don't care. And then you can do it whatever, mix and match it however you want. However you feel like you need to do it. See, it does that. Alright, this looks good. More plates. Probably should have done the plates first, but oh well. We're figuring out the logistics of everything first. That's what's most important. Making a few extra plates here and there, no big deal. No biggie. That's why I don't use a lot of walls in the beginning as well, because it does require a lot of plates and concrete. Alright, we're going to need some power. I feel like we'll start with the double wall outlet. And that's going to get those two. This one here. Maybe I should do it all the way down, double wall outlet. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I've got plenty of resources. Maybe I should connect those on the outside. So I connect them on the outside or the inside? Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Let's just do it on the inside. Doesn't really matter what side I connect it. Just as long as it is connected. I'm going every other one here. Alright, that's looking good. Let's go ahead and run our power to each of these. I'll get this one to that one. Already get that one? Yeah, I already got that one. We'll skip that third one. And we'll get this one. Do those two. This one will do this last one. Okay. There we go. Now we need to tell it what we want it to do. We want this to make plates and a whole lot of them. Plates. Well, you want to you want to actually tell it to do this before you put in your stuff, so you don't have to jump over it. That's way more useful, but before you put in your conveyors. Plates. And plates again. Okay, there we go. Plates. Now it just needs power. That's it. That's all. And then we're going to be making crazy tons of plates here. So I need to get the power over here to this wall. So I'm going to go ahead and see how I have that. I have that going this way. Let's see. We can go ahead and put in, say, some walls along here. Something like that. Deciding on what you want to do, I feel, is the hardest part of the whole entire game. I understand the mechanics of the game and how to make the game work, but deciding on, okay, this is what I'm going to do and that's what I'm going to do, that's the hardest thing, for sure. I feel like maybe we could get away with that right there in the center. And run that over here. Definitely want to fix that later. We'll do that for now. And we got it connected on both sides. We'll just connect that. Oh, that... oh, we're going to connect it on the outside. That's what we were going to do. Yeah, there. That one to there, and then this outside one. Gonna cut through that corner. Gonna cut through that corner. I don't like it. All right, well, just make it do this, just so it goes around the corner on the outside. There we go. And then that is gonna. Why is that so low? Oh, because it's changing level. And that's going to go to that one. And then that is going to turn all those on. All right, the power of all of those is on. Now, the other thing we need to do is we need to bring some resources from over there to over here. So we're going to go ahead and take this one out. And we only need one resource, so we can go ahead and use our walls. And we'll use our one wall resource. And this is going to be a thing there. Make all of those. Let's go ahead and make another one of these back here. Offset it a little bit. And we're going to need to use this to put that in there. And cut this line. Take all this out of here. Move that back here. This is how far I think ahead, everybody. Take this out. And so on. And this way we've got lots of space there to move that. I hate it when it turns it when I'm going up. I might have to make these double high eventually. But for right now, we're just going to run that like that. All right, that's looking good. All right, now we need some logistics. We need a nice wall conveyor. I'm going to run over here, find the level at which this is going to go right into there. Let's say right there. This is going to feed in at that max speed. And then how far can we go here? Oh, we can go all the way right up to it. All right, awesome. Awesome. How are we going to do something like that with that? Make that into another road there. On the outside of it. Yeah, now make that into another road. And just build my factories like that. Seems cool. You know what else I could do? Kind of tempted on running that on the inside. Yeah, I think I will. Show you what I mean. We're going to run that on the inside of it. No. Like this. And then we can go from this one right into there. And then we don't need this one anymore. And we can go ahead and take all that out. So this way it's all contained within inside that part. And all it does is just go across right there. And so it's contained all in here. So we're going to just basically switch the side in which we have this run. And then there's less running along the wall in the way in which we're working. Okay. So 90 there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's even more than we even need. This is going to run out of here to right about... And that's going to be right about here. Again, we're trying to line up the middle of this. We look at kind of where it's at right there. That's going to line up to right about there. And then 1, 2 over. And then this should go from that. Nice 90-degree angle. Perfect. And then this from down there into there. And Viola! Here it comes, everybody! Look at that production! Holy moly! Now that is some serious next level production. Now watch this as these start to fire up. There they go, everybody. They're firing up as it goes down the line. Look at this. This is what we've worked so hard for all day, is to make this work. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Now this is going to start firing up some plates. We're going to start seeing some plates coming out and getting over here. And there it goes, going up across there as well. Very nice. And that's going to end up right here. Now we need to go in and readjust our connections here and run these across. We're going to need a lot of steel. Now again, at a certain level, you're going to get a lot more steel connections somewhere. Not in any of this. I'm going to get a lot more steel together, but eventually I'm going to run out, though. But you're going to make a lot of steel very, very quickly. So, at least I do. And so I end up with a lot of this stuff right here, which is called steel beams. And I got a whole box full of it somewhere. I think it's this box. Yep. A whole box full of it there. Let's put the smallest one back. There we go. Not too overwhelmed there. And now I can run level 3s all the way back, which is awesome because it's going to be really, really a lot of plates. And coming back there, that's going to connect into there. And so we want to make this one level 3, that one level 3. Again, this one's coming back, ending up in there. That's level 3 now. That's a level 3. Keep it going. Level 3 there. Now we're in the middle one. Level 3 there. You got to make sure you get every single one of them or it's going to end up going slow. The way you can tell, by the way, is to see the end result. To see those plates at the end. Right there. Are they running side by side? Perfectly side by side? Yeah. Now that's going to go and it's going to fill up 4 more of those. Which is an obscene amount of plates there. Awesome. Now we don't have any problem with plates. You're like, oh, Kismet kept having to make them. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay if that happens. Now we're going to let those plates run, and we're going to go grab some of those here in a bit. Because we're going to need those plates to build the other side. Which, by the way, since this comes out at 20, each of these. So this is producing 20 each. Hey, Siri, what's 8 times 20?
8 times 20 is 160.
It's producing 160 plates every minute. Every minute right now, it's producing a stack and a little bit more than a half. So yeah, that's a lot of plates. That's a lot of plates to get going. Now, here's something we want to do every now and again, by the way, is we want to look at how our power production is going. And so we're going to go over here, and we're going to put one of these right along the road. Now, why do I put one of those along the road? Is so I can run up to it and see how my power is doing. I got plenty of power right now because I've taken away all the other production that I had before. All that's being produced right now is concrete and now plates. And then in a second here, it's going to be iron rods. But we need to go upstairs, and we added a little thingy here for going upstairs, for those who haven't seen the upstairs yet. And what it's doing is just piping all of that up here to the top level. And just the amount of time of what we just did, it produced some plates. And you can see them popping out of the front here. And boom, it produced about 100 plates. Awesome. That's going to help us a bunch. Now we're going to grab some of this stuff that we were using here and put it back that I don't need to carry around. All of this, put that back. I don't like to be without my vehicle. I always have my vehicle for sure. And so we got a nice repository now of tons and tons of resources that we can use when we get into the highest level, as well as when it backlogs down below, it's going to backlog down to the bottom one, much like the concrete is done. Most likely the concrete is stopped by now. Yep, look, stopped. Why is it stopped? That's because it's already full. It's already full all the way back. All 4 of those is good. That's all the concrete we need. And then what it does, it turns the power of all of that off. So now I'm not using any power to produce concrete because I don't need to, because I got 4 boxes full of it. And that's more than enough, usually. I use a lot of concrete, though, but that's more than enough for right now. So let's let this keep running. And while we got that, now we got a bunch of plates. We can go back here and we can do our splitters. Did we finish our mergers? Let's go take a look. Let's get over here. I think we did. And again, this last one. Redundant. Okay, now splitters. Let's go. And I always find it a good plan to do all of the same thing at the same time. So if you're going to do splitters, do all the splitters. If you're going to do mergers, do all the mergers. And that's so that it's the orientation of your splitters and mergers are all the same. Usually, unless you get sidetracked and then it reverts back to however it was. That's what happened to me earlier when I was doing the constructors. So that's why you'll see me do all the splitters first instead of doing one splitter and then switching over and putting in conveyors and so on. Again, you want to do all of the same type at the same time. Going to help you a lot. There we go. And then we're just going to use our level 1 belts. Oh wait, we're going to tell this what to be first. Let's go tell this what to be before we put all this in. This is the easiest time to do this before you put all these belts in. You put all the belts in, and then it's a little harder to walk along there. I'm getting into how I was going the wrong way with it there. Need to go that way into there. I'm trying to get into the habit of never going the wrong direction when I'm running belts, unless I absolutely have to. I mean, it's already preset because I've already set the stuff in the proper direction, but I need to really focus on practicing that every time. There we go. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and put these in. Speed up. This is the speed at which I normally play, by the way. I slow down for you guys. I play really, really fast. All right, there we go. Let's do another battle while I'm putting in the rest of these walls and stuff. All right, open the captain's chest, slide you guys some love. Boom, Rotisserie G getting some love, and Kazil coming in MVP. Congrats. All right, more battles, everybody. More battles. We're going to get to New World here in a bit. Everybody, don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I feel like we want to get this one last thing done, and we get this done, and then we can just let it run for next time. And we're really going to be styling, and then we're really going to be tooling up our entire factory and working on the higher end stuff. And then probably next week we're going to be working on our space elevator some more and going into the next tiers in which we're going to do trains and all sorts of other fun stuff like that. Oh, here comes the dude. Okay, we're good on those foundations. I gotta watch out, I don't go too far. I don't want my dude to... I wonder what happens if he runs into stuff. I wonder if he just clips through it, or does he actually... You know what? Let's find out. Let's find out by adding a whole bunch of things. And if we happen to catch him next time, let's see if he breaks our stuff. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I want to see what happens when he comes through again. If he just clips through there or what. Oh, this one's backwards. I like them to all be the same direction. There we go. All right. And then up here... Now, I'm not going to build it all the way up into the sky. Uh-oh, out of plates. We know where to get those, right? Morning, Man of Steel Games. How am I doing? I am doing awesome, man. Look at this massive factory we're building here. We are tearing up all of our stuff. We got 720 iron ignites coming from down below right now. We got tons of copper ignites. We got our concrete going so fast that we have 4 boxes full of concrete right now. Backlogged. You can see we're running our lines up above here, and we're running our plates right along here, through here, down there, across here, and right into this box right there, which is pretty nice. And we've kind of straightened that out using our lifters. Kind of hard to see. We're going to get right here on this edge. And then we can just kind of whoop. There we go. We can see those are running in nicely. Nicely. Okay. And they should, by the way, they start to create a gap like that. That gap is normal because it's only going at 20 and not 30. So if you add 30 times 8, then that would be 240. And then, of course, it should be there. But it's actually only producing 20 times 8 versus 30 times 8. But our rods will be going 30 times 8. Which is awesome in the end, or actually it'll be 15 times 16 is what I'll be doing. So we're running that back. Now, speaking of our plates, let's go over here and see how many plates it's made for us so we don't have to make the plates anymore. And this time we're going to go from behind the thing right over here. Oh, can't quite reach it. Oh, can't quite reach it from there. Oh, okay. That's the middle one, so kind of hard to reach from the back. But look at that. Oh, yeah. Now we're not hurting for plates anymore. By the way, did you know that I had 3 boxes full of plates? I did before I started to retool this, and I ran it all in the Awesome Sync. So I didn't have to manage it, because when I'm taking the boxes down and moving the boxes around, that is 3 boxes of plates that I got to put somewhere else and then put back and forth, back and forth. So I ran it, all of it, into the Awesome Sync first. And then I can move everything around, and I don't have all that extra resources, and then I just remake the resources. They're not that critical to hold on to the resources forever. You can always go and make more the same way you started, or however you want. All right, we're going to need power, so we're going to run our power back the other way, like this. Maybe I'll make this the second one, and that will be the first one. I feel like that's what we might do. And we're going to put this up here. Going to bring that up and try to match that level there. And I'm going to need to take this one out. What can we do? Let's put this away like that. Let's grab all of this. Time for the Awesome Sync. See, now I have all that extra excess resource. Now I could manage that, put that in another box and keep all of that, or run it into the thing. That's a huge waste of time. I'm just going to get rid of it. And the way I get rid of it is I throw it in this box, and then it's going to feed it to that box, to this box, and then into the Awesome Sync over there. over there. Just get rid of it. I don't need it now. It's just too much resources. And I feel like the Awesome Sink is one of the greatest additions other than trains. Trains are cool too. Fluids, awesome. But trains are really fun to use. But the thing that was really great is just getting rid of all that extra resources. So you don't have to sit here and say delete, 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 delete. It basically is deleting it all. Or running it down the garbage disposal. But I'm getting a return on that. I'm getting tickets so I can buy more pieces and parts so I can customize my base. So totally worth it. All right, everybody. We got to finish this up. Now we got that out of the way. Let's get our crafting bench out of the way. I feel like I'm going to turn this one this way. And then run that right to there. And this is going to be a level 3. We're going to run that right down into there. And we already ran all of our lines. We've already told it what we want it to be. Now we just need to do our power. We're going to need a ton of concrete. For that, let's get all this back out. Do I have enough concrete? I don't feel like I do. Let's put some of this back in here. I always have so much excess resources on me for stuff I don't need in that moment, but then I'll need that stuff later on. Had a chill there. Had a chill. I'll need that stuff later on, but I don't want to fill up my whole entire inventory with it. What do we got over here? Rods. We got plenty of that. And again, now that we've backlogged a bunch of stuff, we can run over here and we can grab concrete. And then you know what it's going to do? It's going to now start that production back up again. It's going to start running again. See? Starts running. It's going to start producing more. The whole rest of the production now, all that stuff downstairs, that's not going to turn back on automatically. Nothing I need to do. Good to go. I'll put some of this over here so we don't have to walk as far. And we got this going on. Now I'll come back later and enclose all of this and make this all its own little separate little thingy. But for right now, we're just going to be doing our power. I should have probably went one more. Yeah, let's just do one more. We got plenty of everything now. We got about 500 plates and 500 concrete. We actually have tens of thousands of everything here in a minute when we get this all queued up and ready to go. Certainly not going to be hurting for these basic resources. That is for sure. Okay, now we're going to see if we have enough power to make this side work. This side's going to be crazy. 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 All right, let's go ahead and put in our walls. And, oh, this one's going to be another one of these. Let's actually take this out, and then we'll bring that up a little bit with a lift. Maybe go sideways. And like that. We're going to take this one out, and we're going to use this one back there, and then this one going to go there. Now look, it's clipping. No clipping! No! Bad. No. Bad game. No. No clipping. So what I'm going to do is find the edge of this, and then I'm going to use a conveyor pole like this to try to line it up. Of course, we're going to fail on our first try. We're going to try to line this up so that it can turn a nice 90 degrees. That's looking better. I'm going to put that there and then put that there. And that's so I can kind of line it up now the other way. Up here. Like that. And then nice and quick coming out of here. And then it's going to circle around that one. And perfect. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, I'd love to be able to do that without having to do the lifters and whatnot and do it in one piece. But such is the way it goes. Like that. And we've already got it at its maximum speed. And so notice that I just swapped the entire production line. That's because all three of those lines do the same thing. They're all iron ingots. So no matter which one I set it to, they're going to be fine. And then this one's going to come around here, and this one's going to be iron ingots there. And then we'll go ahead and take this and run that nicely into there. And that's going to start feeding those down. Now all we need is a bunch of power, and we're going to have a bunch of iron rods and whatnot. And so let's get it going on. All right, so we'll use this corner one here. Let's go ahead and bring this up and see if we actually have power along this line. Let's run this one to the first one. Does that actually have power? No, it doesn't have power. That first one didn't turn on. Yeah, we got to run this back. There, very nice. And see, I brought that up over the conveyors. And that's running to there, and that one's turning green. There we go. Now we know it's working. That's how we know. And then we don't need double-sided on these, I don't think, but we're going to do it anyway, because what the heck? What the heck? We got the resources. Let's just go every other one. I feel like that's going to be pretty solid. Oh, I missed a guy. I didn't see if he ran into it or not. And we'll put one out there. Yeah, my foundations are still there. I'm expecting them to come through and then everything just goes boom and it blows it up. So you're sitting there building and one of these times dude comes flying by. And then all your stuff gets annihilated whenever he flies through there. Again, this is early access. That'd be kind of funny if they added that later. Now everybody's like, got their normal build and they're not even worried about that dude. And then all of a sudden they flip it on where the dude has collision. And all of a sudden your whole entire factory, or at least part of your factory, gets annihilated. Now, I like those kind of things where you got to work around obstacles like that. Oh my God, so many rods. So many rods are about to fire up. Now, by the way, it doesn't feed it in there until it has power. Then it will start to feed it into the thing. And there we go. All right, iron rods ready to rock. There they go. They're already fired up. Look at them going. You can see them going all the way down the line. Nice, nice. Pretty cool. Actually, let's have some fun. Hold on. Let's get up here. I'm going to attempt to get up there. There's a ladder on the side. You get up here and just look at it this way. Yeah, look, the rods are starting to backlog. Backlog. Backlog, backlog, all the way back. All right, and that's because I don't have it going out of the other side yet. It's just going to go through here. It's going to end up right there. And then it stops right there. We need to keep that going. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Boom. Upgrade that one. And then we'll upgrade this one. In through there. Holy mackerel. That's going to be a lot of rods. Let's go ahead and use the side of this. And watch those rods come through for the first time. Zoom! We've done it, everybody. We've retooled the entire factory. We've retooled the kind of starter resources. And now we just have it flowing in such a wonderful way. We don't have conveyors running everywhere. We got them up on walls. We got them connected between different areas. We have different sections and different levels connected, all by using wall connectors as opposed to just running the stackers or just running the other way. And this is a whole different style of play than just using your stackers all the time, than to use your actual walls and whatnot to make all this work. Now, this is going to massively fill with all of that. Oh, look, it's actually backfilling a little bit there, which tells me that I need to do a little bit more work. And now on this one here, I went through and I upgraded this to level 3. But all these other ones are going to need to be upgraded to level 3 because it's going to be going pretty fast. So let's go ahead and upgrade those on that side. Let's go to this side, upgrade these lifters, and there we go. And I only upgrade them as I'm, actually working on them and whatnot. And we get these top ones. Those are already level 3s. All right, cool. And now it's going to lift at its maximum speed so it doesn't start to backlog at the bottom. You don't want this to backlog down here. You want this to be, because this was starting to backlog too. You want it to be lifting at the same speed at which it's coming in, right? That's for sure. Unless you want it to backlog, then you can slow it down so it's in the bottom box first, and then it's very slowly does it go up there. But eventually the bottom one will sting, and the whole rest of your production line will stop. Okay, that is looking awesome. Let's go back up to our top part. Up here to our hub. And then we need a little bit of power. Whoa, big boy coming by. You see a shadow there. Let's take this power that we're running over here. And let's take a look and see how our power is doing. All right, so those 3 things are using about 500 megawatts, which is more than half of my total power that I have running right now. Just those things. Now, remember, I'm not doing steel yet. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I'm not doing reinforced iron plates. I'm not doing rotors. I'm not doing any of that stuff. Just our basics is using that. And that is a lot. That is a lot of power to just use that. And I'm going to have to tap more power and more coal and more stuff. And then eventually get to the higher tier stuff too. But for right now, we have plenty of all of our resources pumping up here to the top. We've got our 3 basics going. Next time what we're going to do is work on our copper stuff. And we got to need to get our screws, I think, going here. This is our screws. We're going to do our screws. We're going to do our copper wire and our wire and cable, copper wire and copper cable. And then we're going to do all of our steel stuff here at the end. And then on the other side, we're going to be working on the other side, putting a bunch of stuff in there. So what we want to do also is mark our upper part here with our thing like this. Oops, wrong color. So that when we're working downstairs, we'll also know downstairs how we want to organize it. So let's see, right click, blue, set color. Let's mark out all of our storage all the way around here. So we know where our upper part. Can you mark these too? Can you color these? No. I can color that. Can't color the floors. I could actually color these blocks as blue too if I want to. That's cool. All right, so there we go. So how many of these are we using? 1, 2, 3. 3 blocks on this side. So guess what we're going to do on this side? That's right. Same thing. 1, 2, 3. Because we're going to make it symmetrical on both sides. Around our hub. There we go. And we're going to work on all of that in the future. In the future. I hear a puppy. I hear a puppy jangling. All right. There we go. Looking good. Looking good. I'm liking it. Okay. Now, eventually, by the way, we are going to be working in this direction. So, you know what? While we're just doing it, let's go ahead and mark this one over here, too. So we're going to also have this is also going to be along this whole entire side here as well. This is where all of our stuff's going to run to. You can see we've already got some of it going there. And we'll rework all of that later on. We'll create a nice little area for us to see it from down below and up above while we're working on the rest of that. Very nice. I think we do another 3 stack right there at the end too if we wanted to. Maybe. Maybe. And again, look how much space I give myself. I give myself lots of room. Some people like to cram it together. And, that's some people, that's their optimizing it. And that's their beautiful. For me, I like space. because I'm 50 years old and I know what it's like to have too much stuff. When you have too much stuff and you have very little room, I prefer to give myself lots of room to work, and I'm not always running up into other stuff. Very, very nice. Okay, so we got that done. I think that's about all we wanted to get done today. Yeah, look at them plates coming in there. Rods coming in there. This one's already full. Very nice. So now we have multiple levels in which we can access all of our resources and whatnot. That's pretty sweet. So we got to do screws on that one. So let's go ahead and let's go ahead and just spend a moment fixing this before we go. And we're going to go through and we're just going to tell it to run a little bit of this out. And this will help us remember next time what we're working on. So we're going to go ahead and put some screws in this one. And then we'll put some wire in this one. Cable in here. There we go. Now over here we want to go ahead and have probably our reinforced iron plates first. There we go. And then we'll have our steel pipes and our steel beams. Yes. Now before I did it by the constructor, but I found that these are my most common resources that I use. Now there is another resource that I probably will end up using a lot of, and that is my my other one here. Let me go ahead and put the box down. I need actually some of these back. Split. I think I could probably work another one. Another 3 of them over here. Want to leave a little bit of a gap though. So let's go ahead and try to rework this. I think that goes right there. And then we can take our lifter and we can run that down just to make sure that we're leaving space for that. There we go. We'll take, actually we'll leave that. Pick this up. Run that over there. And then eventually we'll add 2 more. And this one will be our next thing, which is this. Now these are not in order at which you actually make this stuff, but it's in the order in which I'm typically looking for it. Right? This is usually the number one thing I'm always looking for is concrete. And then plates and rods and whatnot down the road. And then this stuff down here, I start looking for these for. And I did it by the constructor before, where if you go into the constructor itself and you put it down, if you had enough wire. If you had some wire, there we go. Oh, let's just put that back in. No. Do not put that back in there. Again, put the constructor down. I put it by the way the constructor was, like this. But I find that's not how I'm always looking for stuff. I'm looking for concrete first, and so on and so forth. Now, also, I'm going to be looking for a bunch of copper sheets, but we want to go ahead and probably put that at the end here. And I could put it next to my wire, I guess. I could take this and put that up on the other side. And then put my copper sheets here instead, because I do use a lot of copper sheets as well. Then we can triple feed. We can feed that, then feed these 2, and then feed this one copper from there. You know what? Let's do that. Let's do that. We'll keep this stuff together. So copper sheets there, and then what we do is to get rid of this here in the front, we just pick those up. There we go. Copper sheets. Then, you know what? Let's go ahead and change this out here. Let's just make it right. Right. We're going to do a little bit on how typically the game does progression. And so the next thing that you're probably making after that would be your reinforced iron plates. And then you would make your thing there. Now, it should also be based on the logistics of what you're producing and where you're producing it. What would I use more? Probably steel beams. I would use a lot more than steel pipes. And then we'll put another one of these over here. Try to get the logistics of this figured out. Oh, wrong way. All right way? No, that's the right way. I saw the yellow, and yellow means input, but for some reason on the storage boxes, it's yellow instead of green. I don't know why. Don't ask me. And then this? No. Oh, we were looking for rods. Rods. And then rods. All right, so next time, we're going to get all the rest of that production going into these boxes. We'll have to add another row for boxes. Now, what would be the next thing I would put down the road? Probably modular frames is usually the next thing that I'm looking for in all of that. And quick wire I can put over on the side, but you don't even see it in here, and that's because it's in the larger assembler. It's modular frames. So it's reinforced iron plates, this modular frames, and then your steel stuff. So I'd probably put modular frames in there, but I don't need that many modular frames. And the thing I probably need first, before all of this, is the steel. So I don't like that either. I don't like that. That's got to go. The thing I'm going to be running and looking for the most would probably be steel. Right? What do I run out of more? That'd be another way of doing it. I run out of this more. The encased industrial beams. Those are typically what I run out of more. You know what? Let's put it back in there. That's fine. That's fine. We got room for one more over here. Let's get some more of these. Put that in half. Here we go. Make another one of these. Oh, not enough. All right, fine. We'll just take them all out. Take them all out. And that should line up nicely with that row. And then that one will be our modular frames. Because we don't need those that often, right? Because you usually have stacks of 50 of those. And I'm doing it by use. How often do I really look for this? This stuff I usually have a ton of. That, it takes a while to make that, but eventually I'll have a ton of it because I'm not even going to probably use it that much. But this stuff here, especially this, I use a ton of that. And then when I'm building hypertubes, a lot of that. So I feel like that's pretty good. That's pretty rock solid, resources-wise. I like it. That's about half of our resources there. These are our kind of lower-end single or double resources. And then we're going to get into the larger resources, which really take a lot of power and a lot of stuff. Which is our rotors and all of that stuff. And that I'll probably put out along this outside edge. I put the rotors and whatnot over here. Maybe back that up by just a little bit. And then run it along that side. Give me a little extra room here at the end. Maybe bring my train through. Bring my train through there and then over here. I think that's what we'll do. Hold on. Let's go ahead and make room for trains. Let's not forget our trains, everybody. We're going to make a nice area for trains. And this is going to be train. So it can come in like this and then turn and go that way. This will all be train. Almost forgot about Dre, aka trains. That's 3 that way. That's 1, 2, 3 this way. I don't know. It looks too blue. We need a green. Like a serious green. Ah, I'm out. Well, we'll fix that later. But there we go. So we're going to use our train there. And we're going to push that back. And then we're going to make another row that goes out here. And then we'll cross over onto this side. And then we'll have that. I wonder if that's lined up from the other side. That's a good question. How's that one hit there? That one's sitting on the metal piece of this edge. So is that one. Yeah, those are aligned straight. Those are aligned across as well. They're aligned that way. Cool. Well, that'll be that. And then I'll have some of these resources back here in this corner. I'm going to definitely have to redo this ramp if I do that. Definitely going to have to redo that ramp so that we can do that. As well as I'm going to probably build another ramp anyway over here. And that ramp is going to be a lot more shallow. So I can use trains to bring stuff through. Or I'll build a whole nother level of trains and just bring it up to the train station. And then bring it into my main thing, which is probably what I'll end up doing. We'll bring our train right in, and we'll go right here. And I can have a train station where it just offloads it and then sorts it. Though I might actually have, I'm just going to have a train that I can ride. That'll be like probably up at this level. And then I'll put a train down below that just comes along and then feeds it into the auto sorter. And that would be pretty cool as well. All of that. Awesome. Purple. We got another battle. Yeah, see, I feel like I want to go out there and do all of that as well. And then we're going to have this all fed into the into that as well. All right, okay, that's a lot to do. We got to do all of that next time. Let's see, what are we doing? We're going to make more... what can I do to remind myself? I readjust power line, I upgraded the raw ignits. Fun with copper. That's what we'll call it. Fun with copper, that'll remind me to do my copper next time. Because we're gonna actually do screws first. And then we're gonna do screws first, and then we're gonna work on all of our copper stuff. And get all of our copper stuff fed in there. And then we're gonna work on our higher tier stuff after that. Because we have the power. The power of Grayskull. Let's take a look at how much in there. Yeah, look at that box almost full. That box is going to be full in no time. That one's full again. Yeah, we got tons of resources. Okay, get save. Fun with copper. We're going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to do some New World. Very, very fun. So let's go ahead and do a battle. Right over here. How we doing? Oh, it's looking a little iffy. Can we get it done? Can we get it going? All right, open capture chest, slide you guys some love. Legion getting some extra love there. Melodonna coming in MVP with the 17 kills. We're going to be going for a while here, everybody, so we're going to get tons of battles in, so come and join us. I'm going to get my buddy Norbert. Let's go heavy right. We're going to heal the heck out of you right over there. Now, I just noticed something. I was going to run over here and let you guys watch my factory run, and I noticed that my rods are working, but all of a sudden my plates are no longer working. Why are my plates no longer running from down below? There's something that's causing that to happen. We need to go take a look at that. Why is this one right here not feeding up to here? Let's go and look right here and see if it's feeding underneath. Nope, it's not feeding from down below. There's something going on with that middle one right there. Let's go see. Let's go see. Did we accidentally cut a power line? Did we do something? Oh, look at that. We got a red over there. Oh, look at that. I can tell you already what it was. When I cut the power line, that power line is cut over there. So this is no longer getting power. When we redid the power line, we forgot to take this and reconnect that. And that is why that stopped. Good, good. I double checked it. All right, so that should be running there. And that should run around there. And over here, we built all of this today. It was a lot of fun. And that should be running into the middle one. Yes, it is running in the middle one. Nice. We'll wait for it to come across here. Oh, we can see it lifting right there, but we can see it coming across there now. Now we'll go ahead and head back up, take a little look. I don't like to leave my base when something's not working because I will never remember what the heck I was doing last time, or a very high chance that I'm not going to remember that it is working. So let's go up above here and take a look. There it goes. Now it's doing its thing. Awesome. Well, I actually made a lookout tower way over there. It's actually right there. So you can watch it, but I actually kind of feel like this perspective is even cooler. Standing way up here. Let's get over here a little bit. While I'm taking a break, you guys can take a look at all this cool action. I actually kind of feel like maybe down a little bit. Let's go back down. And build another little tower, say, right there. Yeah, look at that. Going in, coming out. That's a good shot. Back just a little bit. You guys can watch all my stuff run. So I'm going to let that run for just a little bit. I'm going to take a little bit of break before we start New World. We're going to save is what we're going to do. Save. Fun with copper. We'll save over that one. All right. So I'll let you guys watch my factory run. I'm going to get up, walk around a little bit, check on the kids, check on everybody. And then we'll be back. We're going to play some New World. An awesome, awesome game. Be right back. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.